Hello and good morning. Welcome to the virtual Gathering on the Green 2021, hosted by the Old South Community Organization, or OSCO. And I'll be coming to you live today for the next 6 hours from 10 till 4 with a bunch of music and stories from around the neighborhood and all sorts of interesting things, plus, some surprises. So let's get started with our national anthem and land acknowledgement.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras se porte le paix, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
This is London artist Marlon Antone, here for today's land acknowledgement video. I'm a member of the Oneida Nation of the Thames and the people of the Standing Stone. We're here today to acknowledge that Wortley Village is located on traditional lands of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Lenape, and Etowah peoples on lands connected with the London Township and Sombre Treaties of 1796. This land continues to be home to diverse indigenous peoples, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, whom we recognize as contemporary stewards of the land and vital contributors to our society. The reason why we acknowledge the land is because everything here has a purpose. The grass has a purpose, the trees, the grandfathers, the rocks, the sun. So that's why when we pray and we smudge our whole body, our eyes to see clearly, our ears to hear what we need to hear, tops of our heads so our prayers can be heard, our mouths so we can say what we need to say, our noses so we can smell what we need to smell. We smudge our hands so that way we create things and not destroy things. Smudge your legs and your feet so that you walk a good path. All of this is acknowledging yourself, and it helps acknowledge the land. It helps acknowledge the fact that we're here and we're all part of each other. Everything is a living creature. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every tree. So that's why we're here today, acknowledging everything that we've been through and everything that's still going on. Thank you very much.
What a terrific way to start the day. So thanks very much for Bella Rosa and I forget. I'm sorry. I'm very new at this. This is my first time doing a live stream, so I apologize if there are going to be some strange things throughout the day. And of course, there will be always some surprises throughout the day as well, because I have these little guys running around. So inevitably, they're going to step on the keyboard and strange things will happen. So be prepared for that. But yes, welcome to the virtual Gathering on the Green, our first ever virtual Gathering on the Green. And we've worked really hard to bring this to you, so I hope you are going to enjoy what we have to offer here. So what, for those who've never attended Gathering on the Green before, what it usually is that on the first Saturday of every June, we gather at the grounds of the Old London Normal School, which is in the heart of Old South London. And we basically take over the park. We have vendors and various exhibitions all over in various tents on the green. This is my other cat who is currently exploring the desk. And so we gather for music and for craft artisans and everything else that goes on down there. And mostly we just gather together as a community. After a long winter where we don't really see each other all that much other than indoors, it's a great opportunity to be able to be outside together, enjoy a lovely day, and indeed it is a beautiful day today. I wish we were outside doing that. But it's a great way to get to know people. I've met people at Gathering that have become close friends, that are now like incredible people in my life just because they were in a local environment with me. So we're missing that this year, obviously, because of the COVID, stupid COVID. I'm pretty sick of it, quite frankly, but you know, we're getting towards the end of it. So that's pretty exciting. And hopefully next year we'll be back on the green. So today, though, what we're going to do is we're going to gather in our bubbles. We're going to gather together in places where we are with our family and our friends who are in our bubble. And hopefully outdoors so that you can gather in a slightly larger group. We do, of course, have pandemic restrictions, so we can't gather in too large a group so as to avoid potentially spreading the virus around. So I'd encourage you to invite your friends and your neighbors to come around. And if you have some way of watching outside, that'd be really cool. Bring your phone or your tablet or your computer outside and tune into either our YouTube channel or our Facebook, which you're probably already watching, so you know how to get there. But yeah, share it with your friends as well. Spread the word, and hopefully we can get the entire community in on this and maybe show the rest of the world, too, what we're all about here in Old South. So a lot of the same things are going to be happening. I'm going to be hosting the virtual Gathering on the Green live stream. As you can see, here we are. And I'll have lots of interesting things to show you. So we've got musical performances all day, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But first, I'd like to share a welcome message from our board chair, Margaret Hopkins. She's also been well involved in getting this thing together as well. She's been instrumental in making Gathering come together, as well as being an excellent leader. She has negotiated and made the OSCO board work oh so well during her term so far, and I hope to continue that. So without further ado, here is Margaret.
I want to thank everybody for joining us for our first ever virtual Gathering on the Green. I'm amazed at what our team has been able to accomplish and put together for you today. Mario, the music, Eric doing some great production work from his own studio, Sam with the music, Nicole with the history, Amanda with the silent auction, Monica, wow, she's put together a ride for us, a village ride, so everybody can enjoy that. And I can't forget Chef Catherine, who has assembled a wonderful tea for two takeaway for you to enjoy. And our friends at Reforest, giving away a tree, because we all know that what we're about is part of it is being a green group. So thank you very much for joining us today. I want to thank everyone that donated an item to the silent auction. I want to thank the community for coming and enjoying this event, because it's amazing how many of you have registered for the bike ride and also for the Tea for Two takeaway. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Margaret. While she was speaking, I realized that I was wearing the wrong t-shirt. I was wearing one of my many, many home county t-shirts, one of my other favorite festivals and the one that I've attended every year since the year before I was born. But here I now have my Gathering on the Green t-shirt with a lovely bicycle and flowers and whatnot. And so, yeah, I just want to run down some of the things that we're going to be doing today. So I'll be here, as I say, with you until 4 p.m. And so we'll be having performances throughout the day by Paul Stock, by Enchanté, Frank Risdale, Brent Jones, Sam Hornby, our very own Sam Hornby, who's on the OSCO Board of Directors, the aforementioned, as well as O Beast, who did the opening land acknowledgement. And of course, we'll also have some stories and interviews conducted by our other board member, Nicole Phillips. She's spoken with a number of notable Old South people over the last couple of weeks and got their short stories, got some historical tales, some of the history from OSCO and Gathering on the Green past and present, as well as some stuff about, just life in Old South. What it's like living here, what it's like living here in the pandemic, and some of the local businesses and whatnot else. So I'll be throwing those in throughout the day as well as we'll have some live takes from various things happening in the community. And as I mentioned, yes, the unexpected may happen because this is a brand new thing for me and for us. We just don't know what's going to happen. One can only prepare so much for such a thing that one has never done before. So there's also other things that are happening online. There is, of course, you're watching the live stream, but there's also a live chat. So both in the Facebook event as well as on the YouTube stream, there is a live chat that's on there. And so if you want to communicate with your fellow watchers and listeners, you can feel free to do so. And I'll be checking in on that chat every once in a while throughout the day. And if you want to share something about your experience watching Gathering today, then feel free to share that. And as well, if you have any, I'd love you to share with me what you love about life in Old South. What is it that makes you want to live here, that makes you love existing in the neighborhood of Old South and Wortley Village, and what it is that you'd like to share with the world about what this is so great about, and anything else you might want to share as well. And also on the Facebook, you can share images, of course. So if you want to share some pictures of you and your bubble safely enjoying the gathering, that would be really cool too, and I'll put those up on the big screen if you want. And we also have, I'm very excited about this, a brand new website. So if you want to visit our website, it is oscolondon.ca. And I'll just give you a quick little preview of it right here. So as you can see, it's entirely brand new. It has been redesigned from scratch by our friend Jay at Studio 78. And all the stuff for Gathering on the Green is right up here at the front. So if you want to go explore our website, that would be really cool. On there, you'll find our silent auction, which has a bunch of donated items from various vendors in the village. And so you can feel free to place a bid on those because there's a lot of really cool stuff on there. I'll just give you a quick look at some of those things here. So there's a dentistry gift basket, some No Frills gift certificate, various other craft things provided by our craft vendors. And so, yeah, you can place a bid there. The sky's the limit in terms of what is there. And all proceeds go to help OSCO continue to do the things that we do. So I should actually talk about what it is that OSCO does. We are a community organization. We are an organization that supports the Old South community. And so what that means is that we are your advocate as citizens of Old South, as people who live here and as citizens of the London, Ontario community as well. So if there's something going on in the neighborhood, we want to know about it. We're on top of things. So we pay attention to what's being built in the neighborhood, what the plans are in terms of like our infrastructure work, or in terms of any sort of home development or anything else like that. And we also take care to beautify the neighborhood. Many of the tree plantings and the benches and the beautification projects, we coordinate those things. We help to coordinate them at least. And we also do provide funding for various things. So there's a community breakfast program held by a number of the churches in this area. And so this helps people that need a breakfast to get a breakfast. So we provide financial support to that. We also provide bursaries to graduates of the South Secondary School, as well as we do the Christmas tree sales at the Value Mart there, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. We try to be the heart of this community, and we hold events throughout the year between this and the chili cook-off, which normally happens in the winter, and various other things. And we just support other organizations that happen within the Old South area and the Greater London community, for that matter. We meet once a month, and our board meetings are always on the second Tuesday. They are open to the public, so if ever you want to attend one of these meetings, you are welcome to do so, if even just to understand what's going on, just to see what happens at OSCO, and meet the people that are involved, as well as if you have an issue that you want to raise, we would like to hear about it as well. So you can always contact OSCO, you can check our Facebook page, or send us an email on our brand new website, and we'd be happy to hear from you one way or the other. What else is happening here today? Well, also, I forgot to mention, on the website, we have what is normally on the green out on the lawn there, our artisans, our craft artisans. Obviously, we can't gather on the green today, and so we can't have our artisan market in person. But what we do have is the online version of that. So there's links on our website to all of the various craft artisans that would normally be exhibiting on the green. And so our Sam Hornby has created a video here, which will explain some of that.
Hello, my name is Sam. I'm one of the OSCO board members. I hope you're enjoying your virtual gathering on the green. Perhaps you've got your tea for two from Growing Chefs and you're sitting down with someone else in your household to enjoy a little treat. This year I helped organize the vendor portion of the event. I'd like to take 5 minutes just to show you how you can navigate through the vendor fair this year, so you can visit and support your favorite local London stores. Let's start here at our updated OSCO website, www.oscolondon.ca. I'd like to say a big thank you to Jay at Studio 73 here in London, who created this new website for us. Behind the scenes, it's simple enough for the current board members and future board members to update easily, which will help us bring more news and information about Old South to you. So again, a big thank you to Studio 73, and please bookmark www.oscolondon.ca for all the latest goings on. Okay, on to the vendors. Along the top tabs here, if you select events and June 5th, Gathering on the Green, you'll be taken to our gathering page. Nicole and Mario have been through our archives to gather some wonderful scenes that we've collected over the years at Gathering, so keep an eye out for those historic segments throughout the day. If we scroll down, here's our wonderful green. As we've done in previous years, we have a vendor map, so you can find your favorite booths, or you can virtually wander through the green and see what's on offer. Down below, we have a legend to tell you what all the booths are, and you can link out to their websites directly. So I'm just going to select a few booths at random here and just show you how easy it is to navigate, and you can peruse at your own leisure. All the vendors donated an item to our silent auction. This will help raise funds for OSCO, which makes it possible for us to host various events throughout the year and support local initiatives with their funding needs. So check out the silent auction page. There's some wonderful items up for auction. All right, let's have a look at these booths. Booth number 1, Youth Opportunity Unlimited. So pops up nice and easy. You can go straight off to their page there, have a look around, see what they've got on offer. Again, all these pages are all local initiatives, so supporting local and keeping money in London. Let's have a look at another booth over here now. Number 10, Plumage by Paddy Kay. They donated a wonderful genuine leather dog collar that's available in the silent auction. Some beautiful bags here. So again, it's easy just to hover over a booth, look at the links. Some have a number of links out to web pages or Facebook pages. Let's have a look here. Booth number 20. Let's scroll down in the list. Charlene Margot Fine Art. And let's have a look at, let's go to the Instagram page here. Okay, some various acrylics, all original artwork. You can collect one of Charlene's original pieces. Again, in the silent auction, there's a piece up there for you to bid on. So that's it, nice and straightforward. We decided early on that if we only got 5 vendors, we would still make an effort to have some sort of platform for them to showcase their products. So I'm thrilled that we had, over 20 local vendors participate this year. So that's wonderful. I'd love to see what you have purchased. So if you do have a chance, take a quick picture of you and your purchase and post it to our Old South Community Organization Facebook page, and tag the vendor to support them and show your love. So yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of the 2021 OSCO Gathering on the Green programming, and stay safe, everybody.
Thanks very much, Sam, for that. And so yeah, definitely go peruse our vendors, because yes, most of these, in fact all of these, are from the Old South community. So all of what you're purchasing there is going to help our local economy, our local vendors. And a lot of these folks have been kind of hurt by this whole COVID thing, because a lot of businesses have had to shut down just in order to keep people safe, and it's a bit of a struggle for local business. So all you can do to help, whether it be by ordering from one of your local restaurants, and we have many excellent restaurants in this area, as well as our various vendors in this area as well. We have stores all the way down the main drag of the Wortley Road. Anything that you can contribute, anything that you can do to help is absolutely appreciated by those folks. And so, we also have some other stuff that's going on in real life today, in addition to you folks gathering in your homes and gardens. We also have a village bike ride. And so this is not really a group ride this year, because we don't really want to gather in a large group. But there is a bike ride that's been organized for just a little tour around the village, and a number of folks left at 10 a.m. and just went ahead and cruised around the village. And so we'll be getting some video from that a little bit later in the day, which I'll show. And so if you want to do that as well, there is some information, I believe, on our website on our Facebook page as to the route that one might take. And yeah, like one of my favorite activities actually is just walking around or riding around the village. Throughout this pandemic, I have been just walking around the village, because you need to get outside, you need to see things and see people, otherwise you start to go stir crazy in these 4 walls. So walking around this village is a great experience. It is absolutely beautiful. There are very friendly people all over the place, and that's one of my favorite things about Wortley Village and Old South, is that it's a great sensory experience, not just visual, but auditory and social, and just getting to know people, and everyone's quite friendly. So, this is a good opportunity, this pandemic age, to wander around, to get to know your neighbors, to have some fun outside while the weather's nice, and get a little exercise too. Just hop on the bike and away you go. Come to think of it, I really should get out on a bike ride this weekend because it's gonna be beautiful. And of course, the one weekend, the 1 year that we're not actually in the park, but it looks like the weather is going to be absolutely beautiful, unlike the rainstorm of a couple of years ago. Let's see, what else have we got going on here? Oh, yes. So to accompany your experience of the virtual Gathering on the Green, we normally have a tea garden at the actual physical Gathering on the Green. And that tea garden has, yes, tea, but also some delicious baked goods and snacks made by our own Margaret Hopkins and her team. And of course, we can't really do that this year. So what we have instead was a Tea for Two takeaway presented by Growing Chefs Ontario. And so this is an organization that helps people learn how to cook. And that's a very important skill to have, obviously, because it helps with nutrition, helps with economic factors, et cetera, et cetera. And so they've partnered with us this year in order to provide Tea for Two takeaway packages with all sorts of fun baked goods and just a nice thing to enjoy while you are experiencing the Gathering on the Green. So I'll just show you a quick clip of what's in that box, as well as the folks that made it. And so enjoy.
Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm the executive chef of Growing Chefs Ontario. For those of you who don't know, Growing Chefs is a registered charity here in London. Our mission is to get friends, family, and the greater community excited about wholesome, healthy food. We're so excited to partner with the Old South Community Organization presenting Gathering on the Green to be able to help make some beautiful tea boxes that are coming into a bunch of your homes this weekend. We hope you enjoy. We made these boxes with so much love and care using the best local ingredients as we do for all of our food here at Growing Chefs. And thanks so much for this opportunity.
Hi, we're from Growing Chefs Ontario and we have a Tea for Two takeaway today.
So in our box, we've got some local strawberries. We've got 2 different kinds of scones. We have an Earl Grey tea cake, and then we also have some quiche.
A forage tea, clotted cream, rhubarb curd, and dandelion jelly. We hope you enjoy.
Looks absolutely delicious. And I've got some of those baked goods here. I am going to enjoy snacking on those throughout the day. So if you have yours, dig in, enjoy. And if you don't, well, hopefully you've got something else. Hopefully you've got some sort of snacks and you can enjoy the day that way. So brew yourself a cup of tea. I've got myself a little bit of coffee here because it's still pretty early in the day for me, but I'll get more lively as the day goes on. We're about to get into the music portion. Coming up at 10:30, Paul Stock's going to share with us some of his music. Paul is a longtime friend. I've met him through Home County, my other festival of choice. And so we've known each other quite some time, and he's a really great guy. He's an educator, he's a teacher in an elementary school, and also an excellent musician. He does both children's and adult music, and has an excellent voice. So I guess we'll just get right to that. So we'll have a quick thing by him, and then I'll be back in a little bit for some other stuff. So without further ado, enjoy Paul Stock.
Hey, my name is Paul Stock, and I am here to sing for you at Gathering on the Green this year, and it's a pleasure to be here once again. All right, help me out if you can. The wheels on the bus go round and around, round and around, round and around. The wheels on the bus go round and around, wipers on the bus. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 swish. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 all through the town. The people on the bus go up and down, up and down, up and down. The people on the bus go up and down, all through the town. The driver on the bus goes move on back, move on back, move on back. The driver on the bus goes move on back, all through the town. And the babies on the bus go wah, 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 wah. The babies on the bus go wah, 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 all through the town. The parents on the bus go shh, 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 shh. The parents on the bus go shh, 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 all through the town. All right, the next song we're going to do has actions, and I'm going to explain the actions to you. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. The largest tree, and yes, my friends, even all of you and me, in all the world, nothing could live without the sun and all it gives. Here comes your part. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. And the sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the wheels of life go round and round. All right. All right. Time to do a rock and roll song. It kind of goes like this. You might remember this one. It is all about a farm that Mr. McDonald owns. It goes like this. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm she had a cow, E-I-E-I-O. With a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there. Here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo-moo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm she had a dog, E-I-E-I-O. With a woof woof here and a woof woof there. Here a woof, there a woof, everywhere a woof woof. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm she had a pig, E-I-E-I-O. With an oink oink here and an oink oink there. Here an oink, there an oink, everywhere an oink oink. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm she had a computer, E-I-E-I-O. With a bebop here and a bebop there. Here a bebop, there a bebop, everywhere a bebop. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm she had a teddy bear, E-I-E-I-O, with a hug here and a hug there. Here a hug, there a hug, everywhere a hug. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. I said, old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. I said, old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. All right. I don't know how much time I have left, but we'll do another one here. This is all about rocks, trees, and bees. It's got a little bit of magic in it. Because the rocks talk, so do the trees, and so do the bees. Well, I watched her rock and it started to grow. Green and fuzzy moss, don't you know? I asked that rock how that could be. This is what it said to me. I may be just a rock to you, but you'd be surprised what I can do. I'm part of every living thing, and I'm a part of you. Well, I watched a tree grow old and die, but that old tree said, hey, don't cry. I asked that tree how that could be, and this is what it said to me. I may be just a tree to you, but you'd be surprised what I can do. I'm part of every living thing, and I'm a part of you. Well, I found the home of a honeybee, but I got too close, so he stung me. I asked him why that had to be, and this is what it said to me. I may be just a bee to you, but you'd be surprised what I can do. I'm part of every living thing, and I'm a part of you. I may be just a tree to you, but you'd be surprised what I can do. I'm part of every living thing, and I'm a part of you. I may be just a rock to you, but you'd be surprised what I can do. I'm part of every living thing, and I'm a part of you. And I have feelings too. Boo, shoo, boo. See you later, everybody. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thanks very much, Paul, for that musical performance. So I hope the kids are tuned in and enjoyed that. So yeah, we've got much more coming along. We'll have more from Paul in just a few minutes, but we also have some other musical acts coming up. So you'll hear things from Enchanté, from Frank Risdale, from Brent Jones, our very own Sam Hornby, as well as the aforementioned and O Beast. And so look forward to that. I think a schedule has been posted in the Facebook or something like that. But yeah, you can tune in and see. And so let's see, what else have we got going on here today? Well, I already mentioned the website. So if you haven't already, definitely go and visit our brand new website. It's at oscolondon.ca. So OSCO, like the letters oscolondon.ca. And so that will show you our brand new website with all sorts of new features. We're looking to expand this website so that it can do much more for our community. Our old website was, old, but the new one has the opportunity to put events on there, as well as links to local vendors, which will be growing over time, as well as just more up-to-date information. And we also have a newsletter that goes out on a regular basis. So if you want to sign up for that newsletter, there is a form also on that website, which will show you how to do that. And as well, I'd like to make an ask of you, make a request of you. If you're not already, please become an OSCO member. because members of OSCO help to support this community. Your membership fees of only $5 per year, or I think it's $100 for a lifetime membership or something like that, the contributions that you make through your membership fees allows us to do the work that we do. So it allows us to make contributions to tree planting or to the bursaries for South Secondary School, or for any of the other things that we do provide here. That is what those membership fees do go to. And as well, Gathering on the Green, we pay our musicians, so the payment for Mr. Stock here is coming from those contributions as well. So I've got a cat in my way here. That is going to be a recurring theme throughout the day. They are adorable, but somewhat intrusive at times. Their names, in case you care, are Libel and Slander. That was Slander that you just saw walking by. He's the black one, and Libel is the gray tabby. So yeah, definitely have a look at our website and become an OSCO member if you possibly can. Your OSCO membership, you get an official membership card, I guess, as well as being able to contribute to your local community. And indeed, at our annual general meeting, all OSCO members get voting rights. And so we make some decisions at the annual general meeting. If, however, you are interested in getting even more involved in OSCO's activities, we would love to have you join our board of directors. Our board of directors, I'm on the board of directors, is the decision-making body of OSCO. And so we decide on what projects that we're going to engage in. We make decisions based on the will of the community. And so we need more voices. And particularly, we would like to get more diverse voices on the board. It has been somewhat challenging to get diversity at times, but we are making a serious effort to get some diverse voices on the board. So whatever marginalized community or non-cis-het white dude community you happen to be a part of, we would love to have your voice as well. And even if you don't want to join the board of directors, we do still need to hear from you, no matter who you are. We need to know that what we are doing as OSCO, as a community organization, is actually serving you, the people of Old South. So please do let us know. Oh, I'm being informed by Margaret that it's actually $10 a year for your membership and $100 for a lifetime. So if you plan on living here for 10 years, if you plan on being an OSCO member for 10 years, well, you might as well get that lifetime membership. I myself am a lifetime membership. Now, mind you, I won my membership for a lifetime because I won the OSCO Chili Cook-Off. That is another event that we have been missing this year. In February, usually we gather in the basement of the Wellesley Knox Church, and we have a chili cook-off. So the various restaurants in the area, as well as various neighborhood members, contribute a pot of chili, and then we have professional culinary judges, and whoever makes the best chili in one of 3 categories wins. So that's something that we're hoping to be able to do next year. The vaccine rollout is going very, very well, so hopefully we'll be able to gain herd immunity and be able to take off our masks and be somewhat close to one another in an indoor environment. Ooh! So we look forward to that. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes, and so you'll get an email confirmation of your membership at this time as well. And yeah, that will also get you our newsletter automatically. And so you can keep up to date on what's going on in your community. So yeah, I guess we might as well go back to Paul Stock for his second set. And so we've got a few more songs for you, and then we'll go on from there. So once again, Paul Stock.
Hey, welcome back to Gathering on the Green Virtual this year, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
Oops.
This next song is called Dinosaurs. I messy. I like dinosaurs. How about you? I like dinosaurs. Bet you do too. I like elephants, blue and red. Humongous elephants. They sleep in my bed. I like elephants. How about you? I like elephants. Bet you do too. I like kangaroos, brown and black. Nice little kangaroos. They've got their groovy little sack. I like kangaroos. How about you? I like kangaroos. Bet you do too. I like dinosaurs. Blue and green. Little tiny dinosaurs. They keep my teeth clean. I like dinosaurs. How about you? I like dinosaurs. Bet you do too. The dinosaur song. All right, we're going to take a trip around the world with a dog named Bingo. We're going to go to Australia and visit Dingo the dog, spelled D-I-N-G-O. We're going to go to England to visit Ringo the dog. Now, Ringo has a special talent. He's a drummer. Not a very good one, but he's still a drummer. And he's a dog, so he can drum. There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was her name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O, 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 and Bingo was her name. All right. Now we're going to sing a song about Tim Hortons. At Tim Hortons, you can get coffee, tea, hot chocolate. You can get cookies, bagels, but you can also get muffins. And this song is all about the Muffin Man who lives on Market Lane. Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Market Lane? Yes, I know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man who lives on Market Lane. Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Market Lane? Yes, I know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man who lives on Market Lane. All right, the Muffin Man. All right, we're going to do a song about cheese. And it's one of my most favorite songs to do. It's all about mozzarella cheese, Parmesan cheese, and Limburger cheese. It's a dance song. You can dance if you want, or you can just sing along if you want. All right, it goes like this. Mozzarella cheese, oh please give me mozzarella cheese, oh please give me mozzarella cheese, oh please give me mozzarella cheese, mozzarella on pizza tastes so fine, mozzarella on pizza tastes la 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 la. Oh, please give me Parmesan cheese. 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 Parmesan on spaghetti tastes so fine, and it's divine. Parmesan on spaghetti, it tastes divine. Oh, please give me Parmesan cheese. 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 La 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 la. Oh, please give me Limburger cheese. 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 Limburger on crackers tastes so fine. Limburger on crackers tastes divine. Oh, please give me Limburger cheese. 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 La 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 la. Back to mozzarella. Oh, please give me mozzarella cheese. 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 Cha cha cha. You like that song? All right. Let's do. I'm going to do another rock and roll song. It's all about trees. And your part, if you want to sing, is Trees, Oh Baby Trees, Trees, Oh Baby Trees, Trees, Oh Baby Trees. Sort of a rock and rap song. You can help me out on the Trees, Oh Baby Trees part, and then I'll sing the rock and rap verse. It goes like this. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Now trees are plants just a little bit taller than grass, lettuce, or a whole bunch of flowers all over the earth in many forms. Trees have been around since before humans were even on the planet. It's true. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Now trees clean the air that we breathe through a process called photosynthesis. Carbon dioxide is taken in by the leaves and then oxygen is given off so we can breathe. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. So take a deep breath and try to see where we would be without our trees. No homes for animals, birds, or ducks. Even humans would be out of luck without trees. Oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. Trees, oh baby trees. All right. Got one more song for you, and it's all about being happy and wearing a smile all day long. All right? It's got an echo part you can sing, so I'll sing wear a smile, and you can sing it right back to me. All day long. It goes like this. friends all know that you are feeling good. And when you sing, friends sing along, so you know it's good to wear a smile all day long. Wear a smile and sing last time. Wear a smile all day long. Wear a smile and sing. I want to thank you for coming out to Gathering on the Green virtual show. My name is Paul Stock, and I had a blast. Thanks so much. See ya.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'd like to thank basically all of the musicians who've contributed to this, because you guys don't really want to watch me all day, do you? But yes, so we had, obviously we had to deal with pandemic restrictions, but the Boys and Girls Club has a production studio in it. And so they were able to provide us the space and the time and the resources and the technology necessary to produce all this music for you. And so thanks very much to the Boys and Girls Club for doing that, as well as to the musicians who took time out of their busy schedules to come in and help record some music for you to see. And of course, this is all coordinated by our board member and friend, and really the coordinator of this entire event, Mario Ciselli. He has been instrumental in pulling all this stuff together. He was the one who produced all of the music videos and really brought this whole thing together, as well as he's handling the social medias and whatnot for me. I'm just getting a message from him right now, in fact. I just want to see what that is. All right. Well, yeah, so I'm just going to have a look here. Okay, yeah, so if you haven't already, have a look at our website, oscolondon.ca, and on there you'll see all the various things that are happening today between the vendor videos, or the vendor market, as well as the silent auction. There's a lot of really great items on that silent auction, and the bidding prices are fairly low right now, so have a look at that soon, and bid early, bid often, and who knows what you might find on there. And as well, yes, the live stream link is on there. So if you do want to share that with your friends and family, you can send them to our website, and there's a button right on the front page to watch what you're currently watching right now. So for one of the other aspects that we recorded for this was a series of interviews with folks who are notable in the Old South area and for OSCO. And so I'd like to share one of those videos with you right now. We had an interview with our board chair, Margaret Hopkins, who is one of the central figures of our organization. She has been the one to lead us bravely into this strange time and into this gathering on the green. And so here is some information about OSCO itself. So I hope you enjoy.
Hello, welcome back. This is Nicole from OSCO. We're going to have another conversation with Margaret Hopkins. Margaret is the president of the Old South Community Organization, so OSCO, and she's going to give us our thoughts on how COVID-19 has affected the Old South community.
Well, I think one of the remarkable things that I have found throughout this COVID time is like, at least on my street, the Dames of Dutchess have really bonded. And, you know, while we cannot gather, we have been definitely there to support each other. And if things are needed, someone is right there to help in any way that we can. So I would say that what I'm finding is people are, strangely enough, in a time when we can't gather, we're more connected. So I find that's one of the takeaways. I know that things have been very difficult for our city management of all the things that we get involved with, like our normal tree, plantings, and our the bicycle racks. I gotta say, Alison Miller from the City of London is fantastic. 2 new racks put in during COVID times. I think that's pretty much a kudo to the City of London. We've had 2 of the trees. We planted 22 trees back in April of 2019. And 2 of those trees, unfortunately, haven't survived. So I've been working with Jeff Bruin from the City of London, and we're working on trying to get those replaced. So even though we are challenged through these times, we are still able to work with our community partners and the City of London to try and accomplish some things. So it's a great thing. Also, Kyle, with the heritage part of the City of London, we've been able to, through Zoom calls and what have you, he's been attending the OSCO meetings, and we've been able to, and we'll show you, in fact, in the e-blast that went out to the community, what the new heritage district signs look like. And we're looking for your feedback to tell us what you think of that, because those will be installed, even though we're going through these COVID times. So it's amazing the resiliency of the community and the City of London employees. I've had conversations with Vanessa, the community gardens. People are so happy that they are able to go into their community gardens this spring and work the soil and be involved in their community gardens. And Vanessa is really good at supporting all of the gardeners that are down there. And the other fantastic thing, a partnership with the Landon Library. I've worked with Jennifer there at Landon Library, and we now have a seed library, which is in back of the library. And, this is something that was accomplished during the COVID times. And London Community Woodshop was a wonderful partner and collaborated with the Landon Library and OSCO on that. So, and I visited the seed library today, and it's wonderful. All the seeds are there, and I actually picked up some rhubarb seeds for myself. So I'll see how that goes. I may have rhubarb in the near future. Ooh. Because right now, I have a neighbor that actually provides it for me. So, we're really resilient. We really are trying to manage this, even though it is very difficult times for everybody. And I know in some instances, we've had to step up and volunteer to do things where city staff has had their numbers cut because of COVID. So for instance, we helped the Coves out with doing some mulching this spring. And we're able to get those paths so that people could enjoy them and walk on them. Because through this time, a lot of people, I don't know if you've noticed, Nicole, but I see tons of people out doing their exercise and walking and visiting the coves. I've never seen so many people walking the trails in the coves, which is a wonderful thing. And offering up the community things to keep themselves preoccupied when we can't do the things that we normally have done. So there's a lot more people that are doing bird watching. And the library has been really great about putting out trivia contests and what have you to give people things to do. So, these are how we've been managing to get through this COVID time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to just tap back to one idea. So you have said a lot about what has gone on in the community and the city, but you had also mentioned this point of people being more connected than ever before, given out of necessity almost of the COVID-19 situation, where you can't be visiting your neighbors on the porch, or you can't have those kind of backyard gatherings, or even a real kind of live gathering on the green. So could you speak maybe to some ways that you've seen that connection happen, and has technology played a role in connecting neighbors perhaps?
Well, another wonderful community partner that we have is the Urban League. So the Urban League created pods. And so the whole idea of the pods was people were literally given seeds that they could plant and do their own gardening. So once again, giving people something to do to keep themselves entertained during COVID times. So, these pods were created and everybody started planting and gardening. And I'm seeing a lot more gardening. And then you can talk to Tuckies. Their plant materials fly off the shelves. You just can't get it, right? So that's how I'm seeing connectedness. I'm also seeing people out on the sidewalk, chatting to the folks on their porches, stopping and chatting about anything and everything. And dogs, my goodness, our dog population in Old South has increased quite a bit. I'm seeing a lot of COVID puppies. Yes. And not to mention, I am also seeing lots more strollers. So we also, I think, have seen an increase in the baby population in Old South. So yeah, so the connectedness, that's how I'm seeing it. I'm also seeing the community coming behind all of our essential service people, supporting our nurses, the front line that and the doctors that have been tirelessly working throughout this. I'm seeing lots of support coming from the community to them and to any of the essential workers, to the employees at Valuemart, to the employees at Tucky's, to our EMS, to our firefighters. The community is really supportive of the efforts that they are putting in, and it's a wonderful thing. Not to mention the London Police Service as well. They've also had a lot on their shoulders over this COVID time.
Absolutely, yeah. So it sounds like the community has rallied together and gathered even in these really strange times and just found ways of resilience to still have those connections and maintain those connections despite the nuances that the past year and a half has provided us. So I guess kind of following up with that, do you see any of these kind of changes, maybe perhaps in different formats? Do you see those changes within the community connections continuing into the future? Or do you think this is just something we'll see just as a blip for the past year and a half that the pandemic's been happening?
No, I'm actually hoping that what comes out of this is that we come back as a stronger community.
Yeah.
I know for a fact the Business Association, for instance, in Wortley, Old South, had actually gone dormant for a bit. And I know from conversations I've had that they are also wanting to kind of regrow and come back stronger. So they're working on getting themselves together and organized so that they can all work and support each other when we do reopen. Because I know that they are looking for it. I believe it's June 14th that they can open some of the patios. So I know that the businesses, I've been in touch with several of them, and they're looking forward to that time when they can welcome back their customers. And the places like Curiosities, everybody's looking forward to the time when they can actually have their customers in their stores again, because they miss them. Quite frankly, they miss that sense of community. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, let's hope that shortly enough that will be the case again. And I guess just to kind of round everything off, are there maybe one or two things that you'd really like the Old South community to know?
Okay, well, there's a really fabulous program going on right now, generated toward the idea of hope, because going through this, we all need to think about hope for the future. And Communities in Bloom has come out with the idea of planting yellow in your gardens, because yellow is the color of hope. And photographing those blooms that are in your gardens that are yellow and posting them to social media with the hashtag hope is growing. So that's, something that we all can do as well to show that we do have hope for the future and that it will come back stronger than we were before. And, continue to plant trees, because those are important. And I hope that everybody does get an opportunity to get their free tree from Reforest London. But they do take donations, because they have 1 million trees to plant and they're not quite there yet. So any support that you can give to them would be wonderful. And I can't go without saying that the Old South Community Organization has also had a tough time trying to manage the whole COVID time. We, couldn't do some of the events that we normally would have done, but we have had a, little library tour where you had passports. We had a scavenger hunt in March, and we all paid attention to our social distancing practices through those events. So, but the big one for us, of course, is the Gathering on the Green, and it generates the largest revenue for us, which we then in turn put back into the community. Over the years, we've put over $150,000 back into the community, and we really want to continue to do that. So I hope you will continue to support the Old South Community Organization and consider membership. So, you can go online, complete the form, print it off, and do it that way. Or we also have now the e-transfer option. So if you want to, you can e-transfer your membership, because I know that not everybody walks around with a checkbook anymore. And that's okay. We will take your membership fee any way we can get it.
Absolutely. So just to chip in with that real quick, Margaret. So if people are interested in applying for a membership, which website can they go to find that form or to fill it out online? Where's that website?
Just go to oscolondon.ca and just go to the link that takes you to membership and complete the form that way. Or you can, as I said, look at the e-transfer, and you can do an e-transfer on your bank, like in your banking, how you do your e-transfers. Use that to make a donation for your membership.
Excellent.
That would be appreciated, 100%.
Yeah. Excellent, Margaret. Well, thank you so much for your time. I know you're a very busy woman. Thank you so much. And we will catch you again at different times throughout the day. We've done a part 1 to this, which is the history of the Gathering on the Green. You can check that out. And also Margaret will have her president's address, her OSCO president's address, coming up shortly. And we look forward to hearing that too. So thank you so much, Margaret. And
thank you, Nicole. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. And to everyone else, we'll see you shortly, and back to you, Eric.
Thanks very much, Nicole, and also to Margaret for both giving your time and contributing your efforts throughout the year and in the past couple of weeks to make this event possible. I'd like to at this time actually thank all of the OSCO board members. Of course, Margaret Hopkins, who is our president and has been leading us through these strange times, as well as Amanda Austin, who handles our membership. So if you want to join up with OSCO, Amanda's the person that you'll be interacting with there, as well as Mario Cercelli, who, as I mentioned, has been handling a lot of the production side of this stuff. He's the one that's produced all the music stuff, as well as just getting all the music together. He's also been sending me messages in various different media files throughout the day here, which I'll be sharing with you. Also Deb Dobson and Dave Flett, Sam Hornby, who is also helping out with Gathering on the Green this year, as well as he's going to be performing later on in the day, as well as Nicole Phillips, who you just saw doing the interviews here. And Gordon Saylor, who is our treasurer and also our past president. He was the president before Margaret. Myself, of course, I'm the secretary or administrator of the board. I take notes during board meetings and all that good stuff, as well as Archie Young. So that's your board of directors. And as I mentioned earlier, if you're interested at all in joining our board of directors, our annual general meeting is in the fall. I believe it's November. And so if you have any interest in that, definitely feel free to come to one of our meetings, whether it be our next meeting, which is on Tuesday, or some other time during the year. And you can get to know the rest of the board and see where you might fit in, see where you might contribute to our organization. And as well, if you have any ideas or whatever, that would be really cool too, because we can always use more input from the community as to what you want to see in your neighborhood. And if you have any concerns, if you have any feedback about what OSCO does or anything else about the Old South neighborhood. So one other thing that I didn't mention that was mentioned in that video was the tree giveaway. So Reforest London is an organization that is working towards reforesting the Forest City. As you may know, London, Ontario is known as the Forest City. We're a city that was built in a hardwood forest. But unfortunately, due to farming and due to, unfortunately, urban sprawl, our forest cover is really starting to dwindle. And so Reforest London has engaged in this million tree challenge, a challenge to plant 1 million more trees within our city. And so they're working on that, but there's still a long way to go. And as part of this project, they're giving away free trees. So I believe it's on the green right now. You can go and just pick up a tree. They're all local native trees to this area. And so they're trees that you can plant in your yard, in your garden, anywhere else. And that can help to contribute to reforesting the city. Trees, of course, are very important to an ecosystem. Without trees, there's less shade, less habitats for birds and whatnot to live in. And so anything that you can do to help naturalize this area, whether it be to plant a tree or have a garden, a native plant garden would be really great, will help with our local ecology. And as we've seen recently, the ecology could use as much help as it can get. So we're coming up now on 11:15, and so the next performer you'll hear is Enchanté. And there's many more performances. Meow. There's many more performances coming up. And so at 11:45, there's Frank Risdale. At 12:15, there's Aforementioned. At 1 p.m., there's Brent Jones, followed by another set by Frank Risdale. At 2 p.m., there's Sam Hornby and more of Brent Jones. At 3 o'clock, Enchanté is going to have another set. And then at 3:30, rounding out the day, is O Beast. So, without further ado, I would like to present Enchanté.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
You know I love you. I want you to love me too. Let's get together like the old folks used to do. We'll get married and go to Paris. Come here, kiss me. It's you I love. Tu connais que je t'aime et voudrais que tu m'aimes. Allons nous mettre ensemble, pareil comme le vieux monde. On va se marier, aller à Paris. Viens me voir, embrasse-moi. C'est toi que j'aime, bébé. Ça fait rien ce que le monde dirait. On ferait les choses comme on voudrait. On va aller ensemble, faire le tour du monde. Je serai là jour et nuit, même dans l'orage et la pluie. Viens me voir, embrasse-moi. C'est toi que j'aime, bébé. Mon chum et moi je serai ta blonde. On va aller ensemble faire le tour du monde. Je serai là jour et nuit, même dans l'orage et la pluie. Viens me voir, embrasse-moi. C'est toi que j'aime, bébé. Come here, kiss me. It's you I love. Merci beaucoup. We are so thrilled to be here at Gathering on the Green today in London, Ontario, a beautiful city in southwestern Ontario. And my name is Lorraine Sigouin, and I am with the fabulous musicians of Enchanté. And we're going to carry on with some music. On va chanter quelques petites chansons pour vous du Canada français. Alors on y va avec le Petit Marie.
1, 2, 1 and 2.
Mon père m'a donné un mari. Il me l'a donné si petit que dans mon lit, je le perdis. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'pensais bien que ça se passerait.
Mais c'est remplir.
l'anarchie. J'ai mis le feu dans mon lit. J'ai trouvé mon mari rôti. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'pensais bien que ça se passerait.
Mais c'est remplir.
Je me remarie, je dirai bien à mon daddy, j'en prendrai un, 6 pieds et demi, 6 pieds et demi. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'pensais bien que ça se passerait. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'pensais bien que ça se passerait. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'suis pas capable m'empêcher de rire. J'pensais bien que ça se passerait.
Laissez remplir.
Hi hi hi. Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Now that was a song from French Canada. And now we're going to take a little trip down to la Louisiane avec un de mes chansonniers préférés, Zachary Richard.
All right.
Coochie, coochie.
1, 2.
J'aime bien tes cheveux bleus, j'aime tes tatouages. The wild look in your eyes, j'aime ton air sauvage. Embrasse-moi sur la bouche, oh, oh, j'aime ça. Je suis hoochie coochie pour toi. You walk by, some fella feeling cool. I can't forget you, babe. I don't know what to do. Come kiss me sur la bouche, oh baby, j'aime ça. Ah, je suis hoochie coochie pour toi. Come a little closer, j'aime ton air sauvage, comme kiss-me sur la bouche, all night long, all night long. Ah, je suis hoochie coochie pour toi. Merci beaucoup. Again, we are so thrilled to be here at Gathering on the Green today, and I would like to introduce you to these fabulous, fabulous musicians from London, Ontario. Alors, à la trompette et on the whistle, Dave Nuttall. Woohoo! Au piano, Don DiCarlo. À la batterie, Rob LaRose. À la basse, Rob Weatherstone. Je m'appelle Lorraine Sigouin et nous sommes enchantés. We have one more song for you before we go for now, and we would like to say un grand merci to Mario Circelli and to Jay Panaseco right here at the Digital Arts Creative Arts Center. Merci beaucoup. One more song.
One, two, 1, 2, 3.
Well, you roll into town with your hip attitude, I can tell by the wheels. You're a happening dude, your fine-tuned lines, they're down to a cue. Slow down, Romeo, I got a vibe on you. Don't need a dissertation about who you are. A little bit of Nietzsche won't get you that far. Doesn't take a PhD to get your groove. Slow down, baby, I got a vibe on you. You say you're gonna show me how. Oh, baby, I'm a big girl now. The only question on my mind is why am I wasting my precious time? Show me how. Well, baby, I'm a big girl now. The only question on my mind is why am I wasting my precious time? You got all the right moves, you got it going on. It's clear you've been doing this way too long. How's about a little bit of something new? Rough road ahead. Heads up, it's a code red. You heard what I said, I got a vibe on you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. We'll be back later.
Enchanté, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that musical act, as well as Paul Stock before them. We've got lots more coming up from performances, another performance from Enchanté, as well as Frank Risdale, aforementioned, Brent Jones, Sam Hornby, and Obeast rounding out the day. So if you haven't already shared this with people, definitely share because we have lots more to offer coming up. So yeah, I mean, I hope you're enjoying the day so far, and I hope you've seen some of the other things that are going on. Have a look at our website because on there is our silent auction, and there are many items, and they're going pretty fast. We've got quite a few bids coming in. As well, there is our vendors who all have a position on there as well. And so if you're interested in shopping local, shopping through our local vendors, you can have a look at that. And I'll have Sam explain a little of how to get there.
Hello, my name is Sam. I'm one of the OSCO board members. I hope you're enjoying your virtual gathering on the green. Perhaps you've got your tea for two from Growing Chefs and you're just taking a moment for yourself and having a spot of tea and enjoying your treats there. This year I helped organize the vendor portion of the event, and I'd like to take just 5 minutes and show you how you can navigate through the vendor fair this year, how we did that, and you can visit and support your favorite local London stores. Let's start here at our updated OSCO website, www.oscolondon.ca. Big thank you to Jay at Studio 73 here in London who helped create this new website for us. Behind the scenes, it's simple enough for the current board and future board members to update easily, which will help us bring more news and information about Old South to you. So again, big thank you to Studio 73. If you'd like to get more information about OSCO, if you scroll down and fill out your information here, or you can follow us on our various social media. If you'd like to join us, this is the tab up here that has all the information about what we do, why OSCO is important in the community, and the membership form that you can fill out and send in to us to join us. If you click on the events page, head down to June the 5th here, Gathering on the Green. We can go and have a look at our vendors. So Nicole and Mario have been trawling through our archives to find some wonderful scenes that we've collected over the years at Gathering. So keep an eye out for historic segments throughout the day, highlighting some of our archives. Scrolling down, here's our wonderful green. As we've done in previous years, we have a map, so you can find your favorite vendor booths, or you can virtually wander the green and see what's on offer. Down below, we have a legend to tell you what all the booths are, and you can click on them and link out directly to their various websites. All the vendors donated an item to our silent auction, which helps raise funds for OSCO, and that makes it possible for us to host various events throughout the year and support local initiatives with their funding needs. So check out the silent auction page, and there's some amazing things up for auction, and your money will stay within our community. So let's have a look at these booths. So if you just hover over, the booth description pops up with the different links. It's nice and easy. It just links out to the various pages. Some have just one page, some have some social media, and then their main website. So you can see what's on offer. Again, all the vendors donated items to the silent auction. So if you'd like some Urban Homestead soaps and bath products, check out their page and check out the silent auction to see what they donated. Here's another one, Spruce Moose. I'm really proud of the vendors. Some of them didn't have websites. They were relying on face-to-face interactions at the various fairs throughout the summer. So it was a big ask for them to put some websites together and online stores. But everyone created wonderful stores that you can visit online. Spruce Moose here, they donated beautiful blanket. I'll see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, the one on the right there. So that's in the silent auction. If you head over there, it's a giant blanket. It's maybe, I don't know, 6 foot tall. And what else? Booth 17, Professor Millie Moon. Okay, let's scroll down here and have a look at what is on offer. So again, we have a website and an Instagram. Let's have a look at the Instagram page for this one. It's exactly the same, just links out to the other websites. Again, local artist, this kind of steampunk art. It's really neat. So that's it. It's nice, straightforward, easy to navigate. We decided early on that if we only got 5 vendors, we'd still make an effort to have some sort of platform for them to showcase their products. So I'm thrilled that we had over 20 local vendors participate. I'd love to see what you purchase. So if you have chance, take a quick picture and you can post it to our Old South Community Organization Facebook page. Yeah, please share it there, tag the vendor, and show some love.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Sam, for that. So yeah, do check out our new website. It is brand new, created by Jay. And yeah, so it's a work in progress, of course. We do have more that we still want to add to this thing. There are so many other aspects of the community that we'd like to have reflected in this. So if you're at all interested in what's going on in OSCO, definitely have a look. We'll soon be adding more events from different organizations, not just our own, because there is certainly lots more happening in the Old South area that isn't from OSCO directly. We often, in normal times before the COVID age, have all sorts of events throughout the year. On Indigenous Peoples Day, the annual celebration of that also happens on the green near the normal school. And so that's an event where we can get in touch with our Indigenous brothers and sisters, the people who've lived on this land since time immemorial, and learn about what it is that their life is like. And as we've learned this past week, that there has been some troubles with our relations with our Indigenous peoples over the years. Putting it that way is lightly, but it is a relationship that we need to cultivate, and we need to become more in touch with the people that have lived here and have taken care of the land over the years. And hopefully we can find a better way together forward. So beyond that, there will be many more things added to our website and many more events in the coming years. Of course, once the COVID thing starts calming down, we'll be able to gather more both outside and inside. And good news on that front, we are now nearing first place in the world in terms of percentage of our population having received our first dose of the vaccine, whichever vaccine it might be. Which is very exciting because that means that although the first dose doesn't offer full protection against the virus, it is enough that we can reduce the rate of spread. And so as we reduce that rate of spread, not only are more people going to be protected against it, more people are going to be safe and avoid having gotten the illness, but also it will be less easy for the virus itself to spread. So rates of infection will just continue to plummet. And so hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll be moving into our second doses for everyone. And after that, I mean, we're pretty well in the clear unless there's a mutation of some sort, which would be unfortunate. But just to go on a little tangent here, I'm very excited about this new vaccine technology. The mRNA technology is promising to offer not only vaccines for coronavirus, but eventually for all forms of coronavirus, so including those that cause the common cold, as well as other viruses that we've had difficulties with so far, including HIV, including potentially herpes, including a bunch of other things, as well as some cancers. So that's extremely exciting, and this new technology will have incredible benefits moving forward. So if you haven't already, sign up to get your vaccine, and hopefully you can get in relatively soon. Basically, everybody 12 and older is now eligible in Ontario, so check the Middlesex London Health Unit for more information on how to do that. And if we all get vaccinated, then hopefully we'll be able to gather next summer on the green itself. I'm, of course, missing all the things that happen normally on the green, from the OSCO tent, where we have a food tent, where we normally have all sorts of barbecued goods, as well as a vegan chili from one of our local restaurants, as well as some delicious desserts and whatnot. And, of course, the desserts at the Tea Garden, where Margaret and her crew of tea makers and bakers are usually serving up a delightful plate of scones and some other snacks and some homemade goodies and a cup of tea. And hopefully we'll get to that eventually. And normally I would be up there on the green, up on the stage, hosting the show with all sorts of fun musical acts. And normally we would have a pet show at the end of the day, which is also always an interesting time. You'll be getting a pet show from time to time around here, because I have 2 little cats running around and a little kitten that lives across the hall that's occasionally around. And yeah, also like the dunk tank. That's always a fun thing presented by the Scouts. And usually we get some of our notable people in the dunk tank for fun and merriment. What is actually going on in real life on the green right now is the tree giveaway. And so Reforest London is endeavoring to plant 1 million trees in the Forest City to help reforest and renaturalize more parts of the city. Unfortunately, the suburban lawn environment and the parking lots of the sprawl zones are not so great for our environment, and we're kind of hurting. Latest research indicates that we're approaching some unfortunate thresholds in terms of global warming, and planting trees is one way that you can help. Because what is causing this warming is carbon dioxide from burning oil and gas and whatnot, but the trees are made of carbon dioxide. They take the carbon dioxide out of the air and they build wood and leaves and all that good stuff with it. So the more trees that you plant, the more carbon dioxide you suck out of the atmosphere and put back into a tree. So please do your part. Plant a tree, go to Reforest London, grab a tree. And also, if you wish to, Reforest London is primarily a charity driven by donations. So if you want to contribute to them, they are always willing to receive your donations. And there are many other organizations in the city that could also use your donations, because this time has been rather difficult, this COVID time. Many of the things that are normally going on, all these events where people are out in public and seeing all the various charities, they're not happening. And so any contributions that you can make, any donations that you can make to help these community organizations, which help your community, is greatly appreciated. Speaking of which, OSCO could always use your contributions, and the best way to make a contribution is to sign up for a membership. And as Sam showed you there in that video, there is a way to sign up for your membership online on our website, oscolondon.ca. And if you head down to membership, I think it's across the top, you can sign up and e-transfer your membership fee from that page. So thank you very much for your consideration on that, and thank you very much for your contributions to our community. We're coming up now on 11:45, and so I have on here Frank Ridsdale as our next performance. And so Frank Ridsdale is part of the Ridsdale family. The Ridsdales is the band that they normally play with. And so you may have seen them at various different venues throughout the London area if you've been out and about in the last few years. They're a long-standing institution of the London cultural community. And so I hope that you enjoy this performance by Frank Ridsdale.
Hello, this is Frank Ridsdale again, gathering on the green. Here's a little tune called My Clone is a Clown. Well, I just found out something that really brings me down. Yeah, I just found out something that really brings me down. I found out that my clone is a clown. Well, science, like God, moves in mysterious ways. And some lab coats down at the uni, they'd been fiddling with my DNA. One day, one of them calls me up on the phone. Says, come down here and meet your full-grown clone. My full-grown clone, I said, sounds kind of fishy to me. Well, I was tense, nervous, and edgy as I was riding on the bus. I was thinking about me, about he, about we, about us. And the door to the genetics lab was big, ugly, and brown. And behind that door was my clone, and guess what? Yeah, it's a clown. Yeah, I just found out something that really brings me down. Yeah, I just found out something that really brings me down. I found out that my clone is a clown. Yeah, my clone is a clown and it's bringing me down. He's got 2 big feet, he's got a big bulb nose, rides around a little tricycle wherever he goes. He got baggy pants and he jokes a lot. He got nothing to say cause he's an idiot. My clone is a clown and it's bringing me down. Yeah, my clone is a clown and it's bringing me down. Lives in a barrel, he's got a honking horn. He'd never been born. Yeah, my clone is a clown, they're bringing me down. My clone is a clown, it's bringing me down. Yeah, my clone is a clown, and it's bringing me down. Yeah. The dangers of science. Here's a tune that I wrote, and it's on the Port album, all the songs about Port Stanley. And my good friend Jack Whiteside actually sings this tune. It's called Angel E. Angel E, Port Stanley girl, ain't never been anywhere in this world. Oh, Angel E, Angel E. Angel E, sitting on a pier with a fold-up stool and your fishing gear. Oh, Angel E, Angel E. One time you rode to St. Thomas, London bound on your bike. Cops brought you back home that very same night. Oh, Angel E. Oh,
eating Mackey's fries. Got that special orangeade on the side. Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Angelie, sand between your toes. Not much happens when the summer goes. Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Angelie, old's coming on. What you gonna do when the summer's gone? Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Never planned to get away, got it all roughed out. What's a 15-year-old girl to do when they all say, tough it out, Angelie? Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Oh, Angelie, Angelie. Oh, Angelie, Angelie. One more? Okay. Here's an old tune that I wrote many years ago, in the 70s, I think. Little tune called Chinese Soup. Yeah, Ringus tune. This goes. That's Jack's part, so I'll try it anyway. He's caught in a trance. Sees her in a bar, she's dressed like a star. He wants to take her home for a dance. She wants light on the covers. She's had a bad blow, she's feeling very low. She does not know if she'll recover. She's cooking the soup on the stove. He says she's doing math while he's running his bath, and his water is hot and cold. He turns his back on her. She acts dumb while her pain runs numb, and all she does is concur. And he says, bring me my Chinese soup. I don't wanna go loop-de-loop. I don't wanna romp and stomp. My heart don't go thumpy thump. It goes ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, jump, jump, jump. Ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, jump, 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 jump. Ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, jump. Yeah. Ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la, jump, 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 jump. That was the truncated version.
Thank you very much to Frank Risdale for that. Lovely music. We have so much talent in this city, so much cultural talent, musical talent, artistic talent, drama. I really miss the theater, going to the Grand Theater or the Palace Theater, and I also am part of an amateur murder mystery group, which is a lot of fun. And I just miss live music so much. That's one of the main things that's been so difficult about COVID is not having these festivals where we can gather in parks together and enjoy live music of our local cultural talent. Ordinarily today we would be out on the green and sitting on lawn chairs, hopefully in the shade, wear your sunscreen if you are in fact outside, and enjoying all sorts of different talent. And yes, usually there are many, many festivals throughout the summer. My favorite festival, other than this one, of course, is Home County Music and Arts Festival, which usually happens in the middle of July. And that happens in Victoria Park downtown. And that is it is Canada's longest continuously running, before COVID, summer festival with all sorts of different types of music and craft artisans, much like this, only much bigger. There is also, of course, Sunfest, which we'll be missing, with all sorts of international music, cross-cultural content and whatnot, as well as, I think Ribfest is actually happening this year. I think they've found a way to do so safely. And as well, the Food Fest, which is not happening, and many, many other festivals that are happening that would normally be happening throughout the summer. So yeah, I welcome, if you are just joining us, to the 2021 38 and a half Gathering on the Green, presented live on both Facebook Live as well as on YouTube. If you want to share this with your friends, have a look at our website, and you can share it there, or you can share it from Facebook if that's where you're watching. And invite your friends, invite your family, and just see what's happening here in Old South. And one of the great things, though, about this COVID time is that we do have the opportunity to not be limited by geography. So even if you don't live in Old South, even if you don't live in London, you can still enjoy this Gathering on the Green. And as well, we've had the opportunity to get used to this whole video chat thing. I've spent an awful lot of time standing in front of this camera and just communicating with people all over the world, as well as engaging in our meetings for various different things. OSCO meets monthly on the second Tuesday of every month, and so we've been doing so virtually. So if you can make it, it's about 7 p.m. You're welcome to sit in, you're welcome to contribute. Membership, attendance is open to absolutely anybody. So if you have any interest in the Old South neighborhood, any interest in contributing or asking questions, finding out more about it, or if you have any ideas or anything that you want to raise to our board, you can email us and just let us know that you'd like to attend, and we'd be happy to have you with us. Let's see. I also, some shameless self-promotion, I also do my own YouTube stuff from the studio. Most of what I do is social theory in nature, political in nature, that sort of thing, but I also do some other stuff as well. Basically, I just talk at a camera, much like I'm doing right now, as to whatever comes to mind. So if you want to see that, you can just have a look at my name and give a search there. You know, shameless self-promotion over. So what I would like to do now is share another one of our many interviews with you. So one of our board members, Nicole, went through the effort of talking to a number of people of our community, people who are notable members of our community, or people who have been involved in OSCO in the past. And so she spoke with Bob Porter, who is one of our past presidents, as well as a long-time Old South resident. He just recently moved last year to the West Coast. He's kind of doing the retirement thing, so good on him, lucky him. And so he has been part of OSCO since nearly its start. If not, I'm actually not sure how long he's been part of OSCO, because he's been longer than I have. But he remembers much about what Gathering has been over the years. This being the 38th and a half Gathering, it has a long heritage, and so the Old South community gathers always around this event, and this is where we really come together as a community. So please enjoy this exploration of what Gathering has been through history and see what it's like in the future.
Hello, it's Nicole from OSCO again. We are back with another conversation, this time with Bob. Bob is a long-term member of the Old South Community Organization and has since moved to BC, but he's willing to give us some tidbits and insights into past Gathering on the Greens. So Bob, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've done in the Old South community?
Okay, well, I moved to London in '89. I moved into the Wortley Village, Old South, in '91. and lived there till 2019. So we lived there for almost 29 years. And of course, love the area, love the community. And of course, immediately in 91, I actually got involved. At the end of 91, I think it was, early 92, I joined the OSCO board and was on the OSCO board right till I left in 2019. I spent about 6.5 years as president. And of course, like everybody else, we all work diligently on Gathering on the Green, which is a great event. And of course, that started long before I joined the board, because OSCO started in about 74. And as you might remember, I always go by the t-shirts. Margaret had the t-shirts made up a couple of years ago. So I think Gathering on the Green's been going on for, about 30, started maybe about 37 years ago. And it ran every year, except for, I think it was only 1 year they didn't have it. I don't know what the history was. That was before my time, back in maybe the 80s at one point. There was 1 year they didn't have it. But it started out as a small community event that OSCO put on. And my memory doesn't go back that far to what was going on. I just know from what I had heard, word of mouth. But, it started out just as a small neighborhood event, just like anything that starts small. And of course, it just blossomed. Then we got the tea room that became a major fixture for the Green. And it's developed to where it is now. I mean, it's gotten huge. But like I said, it originally started as just a neighborhood thing. I don't know what the numbers were then. But as many people know, we've gotten up to over 100 vendors. And, we've got the showmobile, so we have music and other entertainment. And, we invite so many people. A lot of green aspects to it are there that are really great, between selling trees and, other kind of things that are really, really kind of cool. And it's amazing when you think this started off as just a little bit of a neighborhood kind of an event. And over the years, it's become so big that we used to get people coming in they say, I come in every year from Toronto. And a couple of years ago, I remember one family I talked to, there were two families together. They came from Chicago. They sort of tied it into a trip. They'd heard about it and knew about it from somebody else. Something like this, we always thought as a community event, maybe a city event. But when we see people coming from outside the city, we realize we've really developed something that's really been turned into a really nice community-run, volunteer-based event. So I think we can all pat ourselves on the back for this. And it's been it's a great thing, and I do miss it. It is a really nice community event. We see people we see every year, and it's always fun, rain or shine, and we've had a few of those. And for those that remember, it was probably about 10 years ago, we had the big hailstorm at around 2 o'clock. Now, I don't know if you know about that, but we had this huge hailstorm. I remember us moving tables in under the tents and finally sitting on the tents because the water was so deep. And the hail was rolling off the roof of the tents and building up this little snow cone looking thing around the tents. So we've had a couple of events that sort of like, oh, this didn't work out too well. But, most times the sky clears up and we have a good event.
Yep, the weather always makes for some memorable moments. I think the last gathering we had, we got rained out at the end, and it's just a scramble of everyone trying to get stuff off of tables and into the shed, and being somewhat successful in that, but mostly not. So.
But what's always amazing is many people do come early part of the day, and then it slows down in the afternoon. That one I remember, that was a couple of years ago. That one it rained maybe around 3:30, and it was good because we'd already gone through a lot of our food, and a lot of the vendors had their visitors come and had sold their wares and stuff. So when it did come down, we always questioned, are we going to make money this year? That the hailstorm year was the year that we thought, and then another time it was raining when we started, we thought nobody's going to come out, and then the sky opened up, but we always seem to do well. We haven't lost money in a year, so we've always had money for the community, so that's always good. But even if we break even, I mean, when it started, it was never meant to be a fundraiser.
Yeah.
But it's become so successful that, I mean, when you think about vendors, we turn people away. So that's good for us, not good for the vendors that can't come, but it's good that it's become that big a popular event that people know they can come here and sell their homemade wares. and have a good day.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point that you mentioned, that it wasn't initially started out as a fundraising situation. But now that we are, like, speaking from the OSCO perspective, now that we are making money off of that, that money gets cycled back into the community for a variety of different things. You can actually check out the OSCO website. We do have links to all the partnerships that we've done and past projects you can take a look at, but that money does go back to the community. So it's kind of one of those things that the community supports us and we're able to support them back in turn and kind of make a nice cycle through that.
Well, it's kind of our bigger, between that and the Christmas tree sales.
Yes.
Those are our two main, anchor fundraisers. And then we have a few other events. We've got the Chili Fest, and Halloween in the Village is not an event that we make money on, but it's a really great event that's been super successful over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it really does add to the community, and I mean, everybody loves Old South. So as long as these events keep going and we got enough volunteers that we don't burn out, it's going to keep going.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I guess, Bob, since you've been around the community for so long and you've been to many gatherings, have you noticed any consistencies throughout all the gatherings, or any differences and similarities, things that may have shown up in earlier gatherings and not in these kind of past few gatherings?
No, it's just, I think it's been, just a really nice growth. We've gotten big. I mean, the green is only so large. We've kept a lot of elements over the years, like the dunk tank. There's a few things that, and once in a while we do find something to add, but it's been kind of consistent, and we've looked at some other things. I mean, we went through the period we were, George Sinclair had wanted us to get a bouncy castle, but that was at the time, we were looking for different events for kids. And that was at the time when all these bouncy castles were starting to fly away. So we sort of passed on that one. Mm-hmm. But, a long time ago, we didn't have the showmobile, and the city didn't have that. And that's really great for putting productions on, when it comes to music or any kind of entertainment. I mean, that's always been good. We've added through Margaret Hopkins and a few others. I mean, we've added, the bike aspect has gotten bigger. Mm-hmm. Just for trying to get people to come by bike and not bring their cars. We know that's the problem. Since we, when it was a community event, probably most people walked or biked. But since we've gotten so big, we do have a problem with, parking is always an issue in Old South. And when you put an event on this size, so the only thing that's gotten worse over the years, I would say, would be the parking situation. Yeah. But it's a good place to come with your family, have a good time. Food wise, I mean, I remember when we used to sell hot dogs for 50 cents. Yeah. And it was strictly, we were not trying to make money on it. It was just a break even. And it was we had a big discussion when we had to decide we were going to go to $1 for the hot dog, because we were getting to the point where we figured we probably weren't making money. Mm-hmm. Because, it costs money to put this event on. We have to rent the tents and everything else. But like I said, when you figure way back when, a long time ago, we didn't have all these big tents and stuff. I remember bringing my own folding chairs, and actually I had a 10 by 10 pop-up. I used to bring that. Yeah. But now we've got some tents, and the city had tents. But no, it's really good, and I'm really happy with a lot of the other community groups. I mean, the Y's right there. Mm-hmm. So they become a partner and come down and set up a tent and everything else. But I think it's been a general growing thing, and I think it's gotten probably about as big as it can get now. We just run out of space. And plus, it's a lot of work. People don't realize. I think sometimes I think we've made it. I said, because we've been doing it for so long, I think to people we make it look so easy. But we're all pulling our hair out that morning. First of all, we're always worried about weather.
Absolutely.
But can't do anything about weather until I joked about going to Raymond Brothers and borrowing that big truck. They got the big tent that would probably cover the whole green. Mm-hmm. So just cover the green. We don't have to worry about rain. But
yep.
But but there's I think it's always been open to new ideas, and who knows what'll be added in the future. But I mean, as long as it keeps going strong, I mean, it's been so successful. I'd hate to see it disappear.
Yeah, I think you hit on a good point there, that there is a lot of work that goes into this. I know Bob and I have also been on the planning committees for the gathering before, and there is a master checklist, and it's quite the long checklist that you have to go through everything. Got to make sure that everything's in proper timing and whatnot. There's a lot that goes into this. And I mean, this year with everything being virtual, it's been a bit of a 180 turn in all of our preparations and whatnot. But we do like it for the community aspect. And like you've said, Bob, it draws the community in, not just for the local Old South, but London and area, and even abroad too. And just that kind of collective gathering of people is really what we aim for with this event. So I guess kind of the thing that I would wrap up with, Bob, is where do you see the Gathering on the Green going in future? Do you have anything you'd like to see?
Good question. I mean, I think it has to stay as a community event, open to everybody. But, I can't see them go much farther. I mean, we want to keep that location. I mean, like I said, we are limited. I mean, there is the front of the normal school that could be used for some other things. I had hoped at one point there used to be an art show that was held on the green. That was held by one of the local gallery. And I had hoped at one point when I was still president, we were trying to get the two together and say, maybe we could use the front of the green. So, because they were running into logistics themselves of having volunteers to run it, get it together, bring all these local, Ontario or London artists. And the one thing I still like to see that go through and get it more expand and bring in some more artists. I mean, we have the artist studio tours. It'd be nice if we could work something out and get more artists in there. And it'd be nice if we could open up the normal school and maybe do some stuff in the normal school. Those are things that, we've talked about in the past. And I would like to see that the normal school get pulled in more. And also, like I said, maybe get some more local artists to, show their wares. So, I mean, that would be great. I mean, the main part of the green has been taken by all the vendors we have and all the other event stuff we have going on and the nonprofits that we allow to come in and the library. So, I mean, it is a good event because the library's there. We have city and city staff there. So it's really a great chance for them to do some outreach to the community. So let's just hope, it keeps going on. I'm waiting for the t-shirt that's got the 100th anniversary on it. I won't be around for that one, I don't think.
You never know. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much, Bob, for talking with us. And thank you for the time and commitment that you've put into the Old South community and to the Gathering on the Green. It is greatly appreciated. So once again, thank you for chatting with us, and back to you, Eric.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Bob, for your years of service to OSCO, and also to Nicole for conducting all these interviews. If you would like to see some of these interviews again, as well as several more that I won't have time to show you today, I'll be posting them to our YouTube channel, which you'll be able to find through our website. So if you haven't already, have a look at our website at oscolondon.ca, OSCO London.ca. And so, yeah, I'll be posting those interviews, and as well, there's lots of other things on that website. So check that out. Today we are running the silent auction, which will be open until, I believe, 3:30. And then I'll be announcing the winners, or possibly 3, I don't quite remember. But I'll be announcing the winners of the auction near the end of the day, I believe. And so if you haven't already had a look at what's on offer there, have a look-see there. And as Bob was mentioning, Gathering has a long heritage. We've been doing this for basically the last 40 years now. And a lot of folks that were there at the start, some of them are still here. They're still doing it. They're still with us. And indeed, we do still have some of the original folks around with us on the board of directors and in the OSCO community. But of course, every organization must grow and evolve, and new generations need to take their place. So if you are of a younger generation, I would encourage you to get involved as well, because this is a volunteer-driven organization. We need folks to contribute to this in order for it to run. And if we were running a normal Gathering on the Green, like on the green, we would require an army of volunteers to stack chairs, put up tents, pick up garbage, that kind of thing. It is a incredible effort to put on an event like this, and it requires all of the people to be involved in it. And as well, we need more folks that can contribute to our leadership, to our organization. There's lots of decisions to be made, lots of different aspects of life in this community that need to have the input of the community. So if you're interested, definitely send us an email. You can find our contact information through the website. So we're now coming up on 12:15, and we'll be hearing a set from the aforementioned. We have already heard from Paul Stock, Enchanté, and Frank Risdale, and we'll be hearing more from Frank Risdale and Enchanté later on, as well as, pardon me, sorry, as well as some others, including Brent Jones, Sam Hornby, one of our board members, as well as O Beast, who did the land acknowledgement this morning. Also, if you'd like to see the entire show today, it will be on our YouTube channel, archived, and so you can watch from the beginning. You can watch anytime you wish. So, without further ado, I guess, we will go to our next performer, the aforementioned. Please enjoy.
Welcome everybody to the Gathering on the Green. It's virtual, but it's still happening. We are the aforementioned.
I hear a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. So don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear hurricanes are blowing. I know the end is coming soon. Oh, I feel those rivers overflowing. And I hear the voice of rage and ruin. So don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Now I hope you got your things together, and I hope you're quite prepared to die. It looks like we're in for nasty weather. One eye is taken for an eye. So don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. No, don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
All right, I want to introduce the band. As I said in the beginning, we are the aforementioned right here in Old South, brought to you by Gathering on the Green. On lead guitar and vocals, Dean Thompson. Woo! Way back there is our young fella from the beautiful Rock, Joe Andrews. And back here, the lovely and talented other Thompson, Helen Thompson on bass, and I am Noelle Hall on vocals and a little tiny bit of lead here and there when Dean lets me. We're going to do a set that's got a little bit of cover, and also we're going to do some of our original aforementioned pieces, and this indeed is one of them right here, and it's called Little Hound Dog. those bovine love to roll. Take it away, Dean. Well, you said I put a hitch right in your giddy up. Yeah, you said I put a hitch right in your giddy up. Well, now if that's true, then we're done here, buttercup. So don't let your hound up bark up the wrong tree. No, don't let your little hound dog go bark up the wrong tree. 'Cause when that puppy come home, he won't be sleeping with me. Well, quit barking up the wrong tree. No, don't let your hound dog go bark up the wrong tree. 'Cause when that puppy come home, he won't be sleeping with me. No, when that puppy come home, he won't be sleeping with me. All right, a little original from the aforementioned. And if you ever had a dog, you will know what it's like to have a dog howling and the neighbors saying, please shut that dog down. Or something very similar to that. This is a cover tune, and it's a Chris Isaak, and I understand that Chris Isaak doesn't very often get covered, but we just love this piece, and it's called Wicked Games.
1, 2, 3.
Was on fire and no one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. No, I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. Oh no, I wanna fall in love. It's only gonna break your heart. No, I don't wanna fall in love. World is only gonna break your heart with you. With you. What a wicked game to play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. The world is only gonna break
loves no one. I'd like to personally thank Dean for pulling that one off.
I'm going to play a happier song now.
Oh yeah, this is a happy place to be. This is the being in the state of Margaritaville.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of those tourists covered with oil, strumming my sixth string on the front porch swing. Smell of shrimp, they're beginning to boil. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame. Hell, I know it could be my fault. I don't know the reason I stayed here all season with nothing to show but this brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, all Mexican cutie. But how it got here I haven't a clue. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame. Hell, I know it could be my fault. I blew out my flip-flop, I stepped on a pop top, I cut my heel, had to cruise on back home. There's booze in the blender, and soon it will render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame. Hell, I know it's my own damn fault. Oh, hell, I know it's my own damn fault.
So you can pop over to the fridge and get your libations and join us in Margaritaville. This is another of our own original tunes. It's called Nobody's Business. It's a tiny bit of jazz, a tiny bit of blues, and a tiny bit of original lyrics. Here we go.
Oh, but it ain't nobody's business if I do. Oh, well, they said our love was doomed from the very start. And they said that you'd be true, but I had a wandering heart. Oh, well, it ain't nobody's business if I do. I know it ain't nobody's business if I don't. Oh, but honey, I still love you true, and that's a fact. Oh, but it ain't nobody's business if I do. Oh, well, they said our love was mad and it would never fly. And they said you'd be a fool 'cause I had a roving eye. Oh, well, it ain't nobody's business if I do. And it ain't nobody's business if I don't. Oh, but honey, I still love you true, and that's a fact. Oh, but it ain't nobody's business if I do. Oh, well, they said our love was jinxed and it would take its toll. And they said you'd be forgot 'cause I had a rambling soul. Oh, well, it ain't nobody's business if I do. And it ain't nobody's business if I don't. Oh, but honey, I still love you true, and that's a fact. Oh, but it ain't nobody's business if I do. Oh, but honey, I still love you true, and that's a fact. Oh, but it ain't nobody's business if I do. I know it ain't nobody's business if I do. I know it ain't nobody's business if I do. Hold that pose. Excellent. All righty. I believe we have one last tune left, right? Two? What's my other one? Oh, yes. No, we've got another original cooking up for you. And then our last piece. This is a piece called Not Thinking of You, which of course you know means that you'll always be thinking of you or that other person. So here it goes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
In the other half of the nighttime, just as the sun's beginning to crawl, single traffic moves faster, or else it don't do nothing at all. And I'm not thinking of you. No, I'm not thinking of you. Oh no, I'm not thinking of you at all. There's another life to be had there as the air feathers over my skin. Shadows make up for the people, and I can keep the dreams that I spin. But I'm not thinking of you. No, I'm not thinking of you. Oh no, I'm not thinking of you at all. There's a street light over my shoulder, turning me both black and white. I wish it were that simple to be damned from my inside. But I'm not thinking of you. Oh no, I'm not thinking of you. No, I'm not thinking of you at all. No, I'm not thinking of you. Oh no, I'm not thinking of you. Oh no, I'm not thinking of you.
All right. In other words, we'll be thinking of you. Okay, I believe this one is our last tune. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and keeping the Gathering on the Green alive. And hopefully that means that next year we will see each and every one of you, plus many, many more folks coming out to the Green when it's no longer virtual. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I just got home from Illinois, locked the front door, oh boy. Got to sit down, take a rest on the porch. Imagination sets in, pretty soon I'm singing. Do, 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 looking out my back door. There's a giant doing cartwheels, a statue wearing high heels. Look at all the happy creatures dancing on the lawn. Dinosaur controller, they're listening to Buck Owens. Do, 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 looking out my back door. Oh, tambourines and elephants are playing in the band. Won't you take a ride on the flying spoon? Do, 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 do. Wondrous apparition provided by magicians. Looking out my back door. Oh, tambourines and elephants are playing in the band. Won't you take a ride on the flying spoon? Do, 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 do. Bother me tomorrow. Today I'll have no sorrows. Do, 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 looking out my back door. For troubles, Illinois, I locked the front door. Oh boy, look at all the happy creatures dancing on the lawn. Bother me tomorrow.
the aforementioned, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that and all the music so far. The aforementioned is one of Old South's many musical talents. We have lots and lots of folks in this neighborhood and in this city at large that are plying their trades and making excellent music, recorded and live, original and covers, and hopefully we'll get to see more live music in the days to come. There is some optimism to see that COVID is almost over and we can start doing some fun things out in public once again, meeting more of our neighbors, meeting more strangers, and making new friends. If you're just joining us, welcome to the first ever virtual Gathering on the Green, which would be the 39th Gathering on the Green if we were actually on the green. But yes, I hope you're enjoying the show so far, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. So far today we've had the aforementioned, whom you just saw, and I hope you enjoyed that. We've also heard performances from Paul Stock, Enchanté, and Frank Risdale. Coming up at 1 o'clock, you'll be hearing from Brent Jones, as well as more from Enchanté. And then also later on, you'll hear Sam Hornby, one of our board of directors members, and he'll be singing, playing the guitar, as well as a performance late in the day by O Beast. And so that'll be rounding out the day. And we have many more things to come, as well as some interviews, some conversations had with community members, and some other things. There's also some things going on in real life. Reforest London is giving away trees on the green. That is the only thing that's actually on the green at the moment. And so, yeah, if you want to get a free tree, head on down there. Earlier this morning, there was a bike ride, the Village Bike Ride, and there's a route that's posted on our website or possibly on Facebook as to what the route is. And so I have a little clip here from the ride this morning and some interview with the Big Bike Giveaway coordinator. And so you can learn more about that.
Hello, so I'm here at the Green, Wortley Village, Old South in London, the Village Ride here. I found our London Police Force who are here supporting the Village Ride, and they're going to take a little moment to tell us about the 529 Garage project, which is a way that you can get your bike back if it gets lost, hopefully. So, yeah.
Hi there. I'm Officer Carl Noel with the Crime Prevention Unit. And we're here today to help people register their bikes and to educate them on registering their bicycles. The London Police has engaged the services of 529 Garage as part of our bicycle registry here in the city. It's free to all citizens. If you go to the London Police website, under Crime Prevention, there's a bicycle registry. The bicycle registry allows you to take up to 6 pictures of your bicycle and register the serial number. That encourages you then to download the 529 Garage app on your phone. And if your bicycle was ever stolen, you can send a notification out to anyone else who has the app on their phone to look for your bicycle. And then over time, we are encouraged that the people that are selling stolen bicycles on Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace will think twice, because bicycles are actually registered and you can prove that it's a stolen bike.
And how quick and easy is it to register the bike on the website? It's just find the serial code. Where would you find the serial code of the bike?
Most bicycle serial numbers are right underneath the pedals, so we call that the crank. That would be the first place to look, and then the second place to look would be right below the handlebars on that front tube.
Excellent. All right, well, thanks very much. Stay cool today, and yeah, stay safe.
Yeah. Ready to go? For a little bit? Okay.
That's okay. You got it.
I go this way, I turn this way. What? You lead the way.
Right up here?
Yeah, turn right.
Yo, have a good ride.
Yeah. See you guys. Yes.
Hey, is that photo we sent to you?
And that's how easy it is to register your bike with London Police and the 529 Garage project. Have a good ride! Happy gathering!
Thanks. Ciao.
So here I am on the green, gathering on the green. I found a big bike giveaway, Shane and Monica, and they're gonna tell us a bit about what's going on today and a bit about big bike giveaway.
Hey everybody, giveaway collects bikes and repairs them every year and gives them away for free to Londoners in need. So that's exactly what Big Bike does. We've been participating with Gathering on the Green for 10 years probably in total. We normally encourage people to ride their bike to Gathering on the Green every year, and then we do bike parking where we take care of their bike all day. So that's our regular partnership. And we also do a ride that goes from Commissioners all the way to Gathering, and it's a nice family ride every year to launch the date, to launch the event. And because of COVID or health standards, you know, we have to do things a little differently, but we got creative and made sure that there was still a route for people to follow, had them sign up online, they get little gift bags to participate, and they go out and enjoy their ride with their family bubbles.
Excellent. Can you tell us what's in these gift bags? Can we have a look at one?
For sure. So there's a few, and we've got a variety of things like a Gathering on the Green water bottle. The YMCA has also provided water bottles as well, so that's cool. Those are always nice as a bike rider. And then of course it's filled with funky little things like our sponsor at Big Bike Giveaway is Learners Lawyers, and they got these really cool bells for your bike, kind of new age looking bells. And so we got those for everybody, and then a lot of literature, which is super important because London is a bike city. So we've got maps for the Thames Valley Parkway. We've got all sorts of stuff with Squeaky Wheel and London Cycle Link, information from Health Canada, all sorts of different things. And then stuff about Big Bike Giveaway where you can donate your bicycles at our Enviro depots in London, stuff like that. So really great information that we give all the families. And there's always fun stuff, like the sponge balls.
Bike registry, which is really important too.
Yep.
Register your bike so it doesn't get stolen, or we can get it when it gets stolen.
Yeah. We want everybody to start registering their bikes. So pretty much there's loads of stuff in our gift bags, and all people have to do is sign up online. So that's the way it looks different today, or like for Gathering on the Green this year. So yeah.
Excellent. And what's the best way to get a hold of you guys, Big Bike Giveaway, if people want to get in touch or are interested in getting a bike? How do they, or if they want to donate a bike to you, how do they get in touch?
For sure. The best place to visit us is actually through our social media. So anything bigbikegiveaway.ca is our website. Facebook and Instagram and Twitter will hold our videos that will show you how you register for a bike this year. It just opened up. We're planning on giving about 500 bikes away, but we get thousands and thousands of requests every year, so people have to get registered early. You go on a list. If we have a bike that fits you, we contact you and you get a free bike.
Excellent. And I heard you have a new operations headquarters. How did that come about, and what does that mean for the Big Bike operation?
Yeah, we were in jeopardy of really folding within this year or the next year because we lost our primary storage building. So what we did is we did a community call out, and Shmuel Fari and the Fari Corporation stepped up and said, hey, we're going to provide you with an empty commercial space for as long as you need it. And that's where we have our bikes at. They'll be moving around to different facilities over the years, but a great partnership with Fari Corporation.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Shane and Monica from Big Bike Giveaway. I'm not going to win any awards for journalistic excellence, but that's what it is. So, yeah, Gathering on the Green, the village ride. Everyone's got their helmets on. It's great to see. It's a beautiful day out here, a nice breeze. And yeah, happy gathering, everyone.
Thanks very much, Sam, for that. So as you've seen, we've had a few people out for a bike ride so far today. As you can also see, I'm an avid cyclist. I ride my bike everywhere it is possible to ride my bike. And indeed, London is becoming an excellent bicycle city. We're getting more and more bike paths all the time. King Street now has a bike path that goes most of the way down, and I rode on that yesterday when I went down to visit the Growing Chefs facility where they were giving away our Tea for Two takeaway. And so, yeah, if you have a bicycle, then go out for a ride. It's a lovely day, and you can head down to the green and find a map for the village ride and information to register your bicycle in case of theft as well. And one of the things that I really love about Old South is that it is an active community. We love to walk and ride and skateboard and rollerblade, and you see people wandering around all the time because everything is within walking distance. And that's the beautiful thing about Wortley Village and the Old South community in general. I live close enough to Old South that I have a pharmacy, a grocery store, a library, several coffee shops, and basically everything that I really need is within walking distance of my house. And so I can just head outside, get a little exercise, and also get all of my needs met all at the same time. And also there is the Thames Valley Parkway, which goes all throughout the city, follows the Thames River, and there was now the extension built between the right near where the university is, across the river, and connects up towards the northeast end of the town. And so now you can get all the way from the northeast end to the west end to the southeast end without actually entering the roadway at all. And of course, Old South is also quite friendly towards bikes because the streets around here are fairly slow. Rideout Street, which is our major thoroughfare, has bike lanes right on it, and so you can ride on that bike lane. And as a cyclist, I will implore you, please ride on the road because it is actually the safer option for cyclists. As the studies have shown, the majority of all accidents on bicycles happen when the cyclist is exiting or entering a roadway. And so if you're riding on a sidewalk, that happens at every single intersection because cars aren't really looking for cyclists on the roadway. They're looking for people that are moving at a pedestrian pace. And so if you're riding up on the sidewalk next to somebody that's about to turn right or left, they're not really going to notice you there. So if you pretend you are a car, pretend that you are just riding along as a car, taking up as much space as is necessary to feel safe, you will be safe. It seems scary a little bit at first, but as someone who rides on the road all over this city, it is quite possible to ride safely on the road and not run into any accidents. So I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you are just joining us, my name is Eric Shepherd, and I am a part of the OSCO Board of Directors, and you're watching the Gathering on the Green virtual edition. And so we've got lots more coming up, performances from Sam, whom you just saw, as well as Brent Jones, and more from Frank Brisdale, Enchanté, as well as Obese rounding out the day. Let's see, what else is happening here? So also in the village, it being a lovely place to go for a walk or a ride, one of the things that you can do while out for a ride is visit the various little things that are around the neighborhood. If you've been around, you may have noticed various little boxes with dirt and plants in them. Those are herb boxes. And so this is a community project for people who have the space and the ability and the time, can just plant some herbs out on the front lawn. Basil and thyme and rosemary and all those good things. And so if you happen to be making a souffle or something, if you're making a dish that requires some spices, you are welcome to harvest a little bit. Of course, don't dig it up by the roots because we need to leave some for the rest. Just take what you need. You just snip off a little leaf or a small branch or something like that. And this is a way that you can, because oftentimes when you buy fresh herbs at the store, they go bad because who can use that much rosemary? But if you just need a pinch of rosemary, you can just go out and grab some from one of these boxes and, use it in your soup or whatever it is that you're making. Another thing that you might notice on people's lawns is the little libraries. And so these are just little waterproof boxes with doors on them. And inside are a bunch of books. And these books are freely available to you. You can take a book and leave a book if you don't need a book anymore. You can borrow a book and bring it back. And these are things that can allow us to share the joy of reading, share the joy of learning new things without having to buy a book, because sometimes that can get expensive. And of course, the actual library itself, like the London City Library, it's been somewhat difficult to access and browse things at the moment because we can't physically get into the library. Of course, you can still go online and you can order stuff and pick it up at our local library. That's a service I use fairly frequently. Our local Landon Library on the village strip there It's pretty small. There are a number of books there, yes, of course, but you don't have the huge catalog that you would normally have at the Central Library, for example. But the nice thing is that if you have a book that you want to get from the Central Library or any other library, or a DVD or any other sort of medium, you can order that and they will send it to the local library, which you can then go ahead and pick up. And so that can help pass the time during this weird pandemic age, during lockdown. And also it can just get you better informed, get you reading and thinking a bit more. And that's always a good thing. So it's coming up on 1 p.m. And so we have next a local artist that I've been a fan of for many years, Brent Jones. He plays the keys, the synthesizer, and has a beautiful singing voice. And I've listened to a few of his albums, and he integrates some really cool like recordings from just the ambient environment, whether that be fireworks or crickets or things like that. And I'm really into that kind of thing. So I hope that you enjoy this performance from Brent Jones, and I will see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello, this is Brent Jones. I'm here at the Jones Farm, Quiet Earth. I'm in the barn. Got the birds chirping. The wind's blowing. I've got the horses outside. They're having a listen. We got an empty chair here, just waiting for an audience. And thankfully, we've got you listening online in your own little gathering of a little green space. There's so much to be thankful for, even though we can't be together in person, and it won't be long until we're in that beautiful space in Wortley Village. So until then, please sit back and relax. I'm going to play a selection of songs from my catalog. I hope they bring you some solace, some smiles, some groovy good times, something to think about. So please, enjoy. Peace and light. Incarceration, isolation. We'll get out someday, going everywhere. It's the primal and the private. We'll get out someday, going everywhere. Long time gone away. Sure, the road is back again. Well, no time is like the time today. Prison is the life we're living in. Emancipation, procrastination. We'll get out something, going everywhere. Well, it's the passage of the pilot. We'll get out someday, going everywhere. Long time gone away. Sure, the road is back again. Well, no time is like the time today. Prison is the life we're living in. Get out of the rat race, get into a better space. A life alone is a life that's thrown away. time today. Prison is the life we're living in. Prison is the life we're living in. The prison is the life we're living in. Da 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 do da 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 do. Raised to rule and born to ride. Believe you believe in, satisfied. Tried and true, bona fide. Right in the feeling to testify. If you're taking the long way, taking the long way around. If you're taking the wrong way, you'll be taking it as it comes, taking it all in stride, making the living easy on the sunny side, on the sunny side, on the sunny side. Shining light, starry-eyed, helping the healing, purified, fire and freedom, far and wide, waking the dreaming to justify. If you're taking the long way, taking the long way around. If you're taking the wrong way, you'll be taking it as it comes, taking it all in stride, making the living easy on the sunny side, on the sunny side, on the sunny side. Whether you're owning a whole lot of nothing, keeping your pockets full, you are qualified. There's no need to be alone. Taking it as it comes, taking it all in stride, making the living easy on the sunny side. Taking it as it comes, taking it all in stride, making the living easy on the sunny side, on the sunny side, on the sunny side, on the sunny side, on the sunny side. climbed an ocean and crawled back to sea. I found the bottom was bigger than the closing. It lies open in pride's perjury. The wise motion is moving with the flowing. But they're all lost inside. They're all lost inside. They're all lost inside. Dived a forest of perfect energy. The primal knowing is deeper than the growing, and time's potion of pain and mercy, a kind emotion, silence left unspoken. But they're all lost inside. They're all lost inside. They're all lost inside their lives. All around the world and still so far from the distance, I got a straight to curl. Don't underrate the power of persistence. Growing on the greener grass, knowing I'll be home at last. I'm hitting the road biker on a bicycle, a biker on a bicycle, on a honeymoon, their hearts held high in a whisper, shh, with passion and perfume, adventure held her close and it kissed her. Dancing on the danger ground, money lost is money found, like hitting the road, like a biker on a bicycle, a biker on a bicycle, a biker on a bicycle, yeah, biker on a bicycle. Where you going, can I ride along? There's something stirring in my soul. I've had the healing and I'm feeling strong. Won't ride alone, won't ride alone. Oh no, like a biker on a bicycle, a biker on a bicycle, like a biker on a bicycle. Yeah, a biker on a bicycle. basket and a bell and training wheels. A biker on a bicycle. A biker on a bicycle. A biker on a bicycle. Yeah, a biker on a bicycle. Ching ching, ching ching.
Ding ding, indeed. What an appropriate song to end that with. And here's my bicycle. So I hope you're enjoying the show. That was Brent Jones, one of my favorite local London artists. And we've had many musical acts so far today and many more to come. We started the day off with Paul Stock and then Enchanté, Frank Risdale, and yes, that was Brent Jones. And soon to come is Sam Hornby, as well as Obese. Oh yes, and the aforementioned, in addition to the aforementioned. So I think it's about tea time. I think it's time to brew a cup of tea and have some snacks. And for those of you that got the Tea for Two takeaway, I hope you've been enjoying the snacks that have been provided there. There was a wide range of different snacks that was available, made through Growing Chefs Ontario and produced here in London. And included with that is some tea, and so I hope you're enjoying that. If you didn't get a chance to order one of those, Growing Chefs is an organization that helps teach people how to cook, which is a very important skill and something that's somewhat difficult to learn at times anymore. So Growing Chefs has been instrumental in terms of opening up that aspect of life to more people, and they've partnered with us this year to do the Tea for Two takeaway. And so I have a little video here that shows you an interview with head chef Catherine, and you'll learn more about it.
Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm the executive chef of Growing Chefs Ontario. For those of you who don't know, Growing Chefs is a registered charity here in London. Our mission is to get friends, family, and the greater community excited about wholesome, healthy food. We're so excited to partner with the Old South Community Organization presenting Gathering on the Green to be able to help make some beautiful tea boxes that are coming into a bunch of your homes this weekend. We hope you enjoy. We made these boxes with so much love and care using the best local ingredients as we do for all of our food here at Growing Chefs. And thanks so much for this opportunity.
Hi, we're from Growing Chefs Ontario, and we have a Tea for Two takeaway today.
So in our box, we've got some local strawberries. We've got 2 different kinds of scones. We have an Earl Grey tea cake, and then we also have some quiche.
A forage tea, clotted cream, rhubarb curd, and dandelion jelly. We hope you enjoy.
Doesn't that look delicious? I have here a slice of the Earl Grey tea cake, which was part of that box, and I think it is time for a bite. Oh yeah, yeah. Let me just a moment here. That's a problem with eating things on air. You always end up with food in your mouth, and it takes a while to be able to talk again, but thank you for your patience in this process. Anyway, if you do have that box, I hope you are enjoying these snacks because they are indeed quite delicious and enjoying a nice afternoon cup of tea. It's pretty hot out there, so maybe it's a good time for iced tea, and there seems to be many more hot days to come. It looks like it's going to be beach weather, basically, for the next few days, and it's only the beginning of the Canadian summer, so we've got lots more to enjoy, lots more heat. If you are outside, make sure you wear sunscreen, because you can very much get a sunburn in these kind of conditions. It is very easy to accidentally get a sunburn without realizing it. Even if you're not directly in the sun, even if you are in the shade, it is possible to get sunburn through bounced light, and even in the clouds. Like if it's fully overcast, even if it's raining sometimes, you can get a sunburn. So make sure you apply sunscreen everywhere you can, especially on your face, because that's pretty important. You can see I'm starting to get a few of those sunspots going on there, and you don't want that to happen. And skin cancer is not a great thing. So be careful about that. Stay hydrated as well. Make sure you get your electrolytes, so some sort of one of those electrolyte drinks like Gatorade, Powerade, that kind of thing, because you don't want to have a sodium crisis and fall over, and just stay hydrated in general, because that's just a generally good thing for your health. And we like to be healthy. We like to live life actively and healthfully here in the Old South. I've already been talking about how we have the village ride going on today. So if you're interested in going for a ride through the village, the Big Bike Giveaway is down on the green right now. And if you're interested in getting a bicycle, if you don't have a bicycle and you don't have the means to get a bicycle on your own, you can contact the Big Bike Giveaway, and they would be happy to set you up with a donated bicycle. If you have a donated bicycle that you'd like to donate that you don't need, you can also give that to the Big Bike Giveaway, and they'll refurbish it. Doesn't really matter what conditions it's in. They'll refurbish it, they'll get it all nice and tuned up and safe for someone to use, and then they'll give it to somebody in need. And it's a great way of keeping people active, giving people transportation that doesn't cost money, and that's kind of important. It can be kind of difficult to take a bus right now because of the whole pandemic thing. So having independent transportation that you yourself can supply the energy to, a bicycle, as you can see, is an excellent thing. And really just walking about the neighborhood is an excellent thing. There's lots to see, lots to explore. I've been really enjoying just walking around this spring with a camera, because there's so many beautiful gardens that are in the Old South area. I've taken a lot of pictures. I do like macro photography, extreme close-up photography, using the camera that you're looking through right now. And there's just so much detail, so much beauty in the world to enjoy. And Old South is one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in this city and in North America, for that matter. We have been voted before Canada's most beautiful neighborhood, or Canada's best neighborhood, or something like that. And we're very proud of that. I'm very proud that I live in a neighborhood that has been voted Canada's best neighborhood, because it's unique among neighborhoods that we have this sense of community, this sense of locality. The Wortley Village Strip, the Wortley Road, there's everything you could possibly imagine there. And so just taking a walk down that strip, just window shopping, having a look at the galleries, having a look at the gift shops, the various other displays. All the businesses in the area have an interesting little display to see. And of course, during the pandemic, it's difficult to do actual in-person shopping, but many of these organizations also do online shopping as well as curbside pickup. So you can always call them, you can do your window shopping, you can go online, and you can to do your shopping that way. And as well, as has been mentioned before, we have a brand new website, and on that website there is our vendor map. And I'll just show you that here now. I just realized you can't actually hear me when I've got the full screen video. I apologize for that. But here you can see the vendor map, which is on our website right at the top here on the right-hand side. And so all of the various different artists, craft vendors that would normally be exhibiting physically on the green are available right here. So you can hover over each of the one and see what they are, and as well there's a list further on down the page. And so each one of those have online stores, and you can purchase some of their goods. And of course, any of the proceeds for that helps to support local business. And local business is struggling right now. This pandemic has made it difficult to do business. And as such, your support in that respect is quite appreciated. And as well, all the local restaurants, they could use your help as well. So rather than buying from one of those chain stores or something else like that, or chain restaurant, why not try somewhere local? There are pizza places. There's, I just noticed a sushi restaurant in the neighborhood that I didn't even know was there before. Various coffee shops and everything else. And so explore what the local village has to offer, and hopefully you can find something that you didn't even expect. Anyway, so we've already heard from a number of our artists, and Frank Risdale is one of those artists. And so he has a second set ready for us here, which we'll watch now. So please enjoy this music by Frank Risdale.
I'm Frank Risdale, and I was a London Music Hall of Famer with the band Uranus, and I'll do one of our old songs, Uranus songs that we used to do a long time ago. A little thing called Tommy Get Your Gun. Ain't it funny, now that we got money, you don't have to worry, all your work is done. Tommy, get your gun, they got us on the run, the catches will be done. Now can't you see the sun? It's rising up above the horizon, rising up above the horizon. You said, come on now, Frank, this is an easy bank, and now I got you to thank for this miss. That ain't no move for jest. Well, the teller was a hero, now I'm afeard he's up in heaven with a Holy Father and Son. Tell me, get your gun, they got us on the run, the catches will be done. Can't you see the sun rising up above the horizon, rising up above the horizon? I didn't notice it was loaded, 'cause that's the way that you had told it. Pulled the trigger and it blowed a hole in his guts. It nearly drove me nuts. Should have seen the surprise in your eyes. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you were having fun. Tommy, get your gun, they got us on the run, the catches will be done. Now can't you see the sun? It's rising up above the horizon, rising up above the horizon. We've been riding since I knew, got no time to dress your wound. We don't get moving, well, pretty soon we'll get caught. Suck the damn thing right. We both know it's best, we can't take no rest. So get on your horse, or I'll be traveling as one. Tommy, get your gun, they got us on the run, the catches will be done. Rising up above the horizon, rising up above the horizon. Thank you. That's old Uranus tune, yeah. And then now here's a thing that Jerry and I used to do called "It's a Mod World." Our good friend Rob Wilmot played a harmonica solo on this. It's the title tune off a CD called Mod World, Old World, but try to do it without their help, so. Okay, that's not right. Here's the thing. Wrong key. It's a mod, mod world. Jerry, the world is mod. We've been moving fast, and you've been moving slow. Think you better catch up, or you'll have no place to go. I know that you're just like me, and you wanna get away from this concrete sea. And I can hear you say, I am a pioneer in the mod, mod world. It's a mod, mod world. Jerry, the world is mod. You've been moving kind of slow. Well, the world's been moving fast. What you think is now has become the past. So come on, man, get with it. You're way out of date. I think you better get with it before it's too late. 'Cause you know you're stuck right here in this mod, mod world. In a world so mod. Take a look how mod the world is becoming. Take a look how mod this world is becoming. It's a mod, mod world. It's a mod, mod world. Jerry, the world is mod. We've been moving fast. Yes, sir, and you've been moving kind of slow. Think you better catch up, or you have no place to go. I know that I'm just like you, and I wanna get away from this concrete zoo. And you can hear me say, I am a pioneer in the mod, mod world. In a world so mod. Yes, I am a pioneer. Okay, I got one more tune here. This is a tune I wrote because I was watching the TV and I saw Brian Mulrooney on there, and he was talking about the Meech Lake Accord. And he was blaming Clyde Wells for the downfall of the Meech Lake Accord. And he didn't once mention Elijah Harper. And I thought, well, maybe he was worried that he didn't want getting around that he was taken down by a First Nations person, because it was actually Elijah Harper. So I wrote this tune called Elijah Harper to remind Brian about where he was. Elijah Harper, ooh, kick Mulrooney's ass. Yes, he did. Elijah Harper, ooh, kick Mulrooney's ass. Well, he kicked his ass like I knew he could, and he kicked his ass but good. Elijah Harper, ooh, kick Mulrooney's ass. Spring of 1987, the head honchos got together. They were yucking it up at Meech Lake and all enjoyed the weather. Big old Brian Mulrooney, he rose up from his bench and he said this country Canada was founded by the English and the French. Well, the First Nations people said, hey, what about us? And old Brian Mulroney said, why do you group always go raise such a fuss? Leave it up to us white folks and we'll figure it all. Go on back to your reservations and have yourselves a ball. Do whatever you do there, what is it you do? You smoke sweet grass. And Elijah Harper said, no man, I think I'm gonna kick your ass. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Yes, he did. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Well, he kicked his ass like I knew he could, and he kicked his ass but good. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Elijah Harper, a native member of the Manitoba legislature, he was a very quiet man. To be loud wasn't his nature. Together with Ovid Mercredi and Phil Fontaine, they had to kill the Meach Accord, so they came up with a plan. 11th hour down the wire was all touch and go. And when they voted to waive the House rules, Elijah simply said no. The deadline was 1990 on the 23rd of June. And when Elijah voted no, Meach was harpooned. And Meach Lake did not pass. And Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Yes, he did, yes, he did. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Well, he kicked his ass like I knew he could, and he kicked his ass but good. Elijah Harper, ooh, kicked Mulroney's ass. Thank you.
Frank Risdale, everybody. That's a really catchy tune. Hope you enjoyed that. So we've now heard from a number of our musical artists, of which Frank is one. And coming up, there is at 3:30 a set by O-Beast, who also did our land acknowledgement for our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. And the song you just heard is quite relevant to that and quite relevant to what's happened in the last week or so. As you may know, there was a mass grave discovered near the site of a former residential school, and it's evidence of our country's shameful past and, unfortunately, its present. Canada is a settler nation. It was founded by English and French settlers on Indigenous land. We live on the lands of Indigenous peoples, and unfortunately, we're stuck in a state now where we need to find some form of reconciliation. And this discovery that happened recently is important for this. It's important for us to acknowledge the harms that settler society has done and that Canada has committed, various acts of genocide. And unfortunately, we have to make amends for that. And so hopefully this is the first step towards a path forward. This is another way of us acknowledging our unfortunate ways and working towards a better future. A future where we can all live together in peace, where we can all share the land as equals, as people under the sun. And so politics is important. Politics is important to engage in one form or another. And I don't just mean partisan politics. I don't mean voting in elections. I mean being involved in the formation of your democratic society. And that can be, yes, federal politics, it can be provincial politics, but also it can be local politics. Local politics are actually the most important to you and me, the people that actually live in this community. we need to be in touch with our local representatives and be on top of what's going on in our community. Because many of the decisions that affect you most happen at the local level, from street reconstruction to garbage pickup to infrastructure building to parks to any of those other things that make this city livable. That is your municipal government at work. The city council is the directing body of that municipal government, and of course there's all the staff that are involved in operating the mechanisms of the city. So between the council making decisions and the staff making recommendations and implementing those decisions, that's how we actually operate the world that we have. And here in Old South, we fortunately have a community organization, and there are many other community organizations around the city. The Old East Community Organization is very strong, Woodfield, Blackfriars, Byron. There's all sorts of community organizations whose purpose is to interface with the people of the city, the actual citizens, the people that live in these neighborhoods, and allow a community to have a voice, to collaborate with one another to decide what the future should look like. But of course, there is also the interface with the city proper, the actual municipal government. And that's where our city council comes in. And so here in Old South and the surrounding area, our city council member is Stephen Turner. He is a former member of the Old South Community Organization board, and he also has worked as a paramedic, and I think now he is part of the public health organization, the Middlesex London Health Unit. And so Nicole, who's been doing interviews that you've seen throughout the day, sat down with him to discuss some of the aspects of what the municipal government is doing, some aspects about local politics, as well as the public health measures related to COVID and various other things. So we'll play a little interview with him now, and I hope you find this interesting.
Hello, it's Nicole from OSCO back again, and we have another conversation for you, this time with Stephen Turner. So Stephen, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
I'm Steve. I've been in the neighborhood for about 16, 17 years now. I live with my wife Karen and our daughter Claire and our two dogs Molly and Mila. We're on Tecumseh, and it's I love it here. So I've been honored to be able to represent the neighborhood for the past almost 7 years now, I guess. I was elected in 2014, and I'm serving my second term on City Council. And during my daytime, I'm the Director of Infectious Diseases and Environmental Health with Middlesex London Health Unit too. So that's kept me a little busy these days.
Yep, got a lot of hats going on at one time, right? But you still make time to come out to the community. I see you every year at our, say, like our Christmas tree sale. You are always there hauling trees in the cold December mornings. And so thank you so much for your support on the community, both from your actual professional work and also your volunteerism throughout. We really do appreciate it. So I guess
it's community that makes our community, and it's so strong. It's just a pleasure to be able to be involved and get to know neighbors.
Wonderful, and I couldn't agree more. And I guess so. My first kind of question for you is, what kind of effects has the pandemic had on you, either personally or professionally, that you'd like to speak to?
Well, the pandemic has been my everyday since day one at the health unit. My job has been very, very focused on the outbreak mitigations and trying to respond to controlling the outbreaks in the pandemic, as well as getting the vaccine out to people across the region. So my days are pretty full these days. But on top of that, we have a lot of responsibilities as a city government to make sure that those that are having challenges during the pandemic are having those challenges addressed, that the city is being able to be responsive wherever it can and to help protect and promote the safety of Londoners all across. So having those two hats is a responsibility that weighs pretty heavily, but I think it's really important, and it's a privilege to be able to be involved and to be able to help make some headway on this right now.
Wonderful. Yeah. So it sounds like you've, first of all, got a lot going on. And secondly, that there are a lot of effects that are coming through. Are there maybe some effects that don't get seen by the public that are happening kind of behind the scenes that you would like people to know about or just be aware of?
Well, I think the stuff that's really important is how the pandemic is affecting those who are most marginalized. And that may be invisible, and it might be quite visible in other ways. And so we see a lot of people who are reluctant to spend time in any of the shelters because they're scared of getting sick. They're scared of being close to people, and that's turned out in people sleeping in parks and sleeping along the river. And so homelessness has become a lot more visible to Londoners, and certainly in our neighborhood as well. But I think it's really important that people understand why. One is that homelessness was always there. It didn't just appear. And so there was always hidden homelessness. There was different degrees of homelessness. Now we get to see it a lot more. And I think that should be a call to action for us. And our council has put housing as the #1 priority of this term. We don't always agree on things as a council, but the one thing that we do agree on is housing, and we've invested very heavily on it. But we also need the community's support too, and the community to understand what some of the causes and drivers of homelessness are, including mental health and addictions. But that those who are homeless might not have an address, but they're still our neighbors, and they're very much a part of our community. And it's our job and our role to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support them.
Yes. Another kind of follow-up question to that is, there have been a lot of changes that have been going on, visible and invisible. Do you see some of these changes continuing into the future, or do you think these are more so just until the pandemic is over?
After SARS, I think there's what became a new normal, and that a lot of practices got embedded in our everyday, especially in healthcare. Maybe not so much in everybody else's day-to-day. But I think COVID is going to have a kind of a lasting effect on our psyche for some time. And I worry about those, and I'm hopeful for them at the same time. I think one is that we're going to be reluctant to be in each other's company for a little bit. And one of the answers to that is making sure that you get vaccinated. Good practices about not going to work sick, and trying to stay home when you're ill, and washing your hands, and recognizing the symptoms that you might have, and just being conscious of whatever it is, whether it's a cold or a flu or COVID, or that you're protecting each other. And so I think that's one thing that will be lasting for some time. And I think eventually we will see people starting to gather again. And Gathering on the Green is one of my favorite events in the neighborhood, and so it's I'm so inspired to see the tradition continue even in a virtual event. And I think everybody's looking forward to being able to be back on the green in the summer of 2022, and I really hope to see everybody there. I think those are some of the big effects. I think the other part is that everybody's starved to see each other again too. You know, while we might be a little reluctant in the beginning to be close to each other, everybody wants to be with each other in some way. And I'm inspired by how creative people have become in finding ways to connect. We're very social people, just in general, and our strength, as I said before, is in our community. So that's what I'm seeing right now, and this is what I think that we'll see over the coming months, and perhaps the year ahead.
Absolutely. And I think at least from the people that I've been discussing with in the community, that kind of community gathering, not just in the literal sense of the event, but just being able to go out, talk to neighbors, have those social interactions again, will be fantastic to have. I do just want to loop back real quick to clarify your point. You had talked about the SARS epidemic that had happened, and that there were some changes through that. Do you mind just elaborating on that a little bit more?
I think in healthcare, what it did was it recognized we needed to be prepared for emergencies. That was always a principle, but it seemed kind of an academic principle more than a practical principle. And so the concept of stockpiling equipment for such a time like this was one that was there. But the challenge was the time between SARS and now was such that people started to forget those lessons. I think things like just good hand hygiene and hygiene practices were things that were really amped up during SARS and maintained for a little while. But in healthcare, we continued. I was a paramedic for a long time, and we continued to do respiratory symptom screenings. We're looking for anybody with shortness of breath or coughs or colds that might be a clue of some sort of influenza or respiratory spread illness like COVID was. So we had some practice, and I think those become a little more embedded. Making sure that we have capacity in our health system is another way of doing that, and understanding how we can move resources back and forth to cover surges. We're certainly doing that at the health unit right now. At our high point, we had about 2/3 of our staff were all redeployed into just COVID work. And so it really shows the versatility of the healthcare system, but it also shows some of those vulnerabilities too. So I think we learn from that, and every time we go through something like this, we learn a little bit more, and hopefully those lessons stick.
I hope those lessons do stick moving forward as well. I guess my last final wrap-up question would be, what are maybe 1 to 3 things that you would really want the Old South community to know?
To know? That's just a bit of everything, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's however you want to take it.
Well, I think one, we just need to recognize our strength as a community. We're one of the strongest and most tight-knit neighborhoods in the city, and that's why it's a pleasure to be a representative for the neighborhood. So keep that up. Don't let that be broken, and where you see opportunities to help and to look after each other, look after neighbors. There might be some who are struggling a bit more that we're ready to pull up our sleeves and help out. And number 2, get involved with government, especially municipal, federal, provincial, whatever level it is. There's lots of opportunities, and I say often, your involvement with government doesn't just stop at the ballot box. It's an everyday thing. So that could be involved with advisory committees. It could be keeping up to date on what the news is saying, writing into your councillors, and expressing your thoughts and concerns, asking questions. We should be a resource to be able to help navigate that, and look for those opportunities to engage, because it makes a difference, and it's important, and it's really important to hear, so that the policies that are made reflective of the needs of the community. And so I think those are probably the 1, 2. If I can come up with a 3, then you're putting me on the spot.
That's okay. No worries. If you have a 3rd, we'll slot it in somewhere, No worries. All right. Well, thank you so much, Stephen. I appreciate you carving out some time to even talk with us, and thank you for all that you do, both community and professionally. That is greatly appreciated, even if it isn't always articulated as appreciation. All right.
Thanks, Nicole. It's my pleasure. And thanks to OSCO and everybody involved. Again, whether it's virtual or in person, Gathering on the Green, all the events, everything that's done by the community group and by the community to make our neighborhood strong is so important. So thanks again.
Thank you so much. And back to you, Eric.
Thanks very much, Nicole, and also thank you to Stephen Turner for giving us time to talk with us. So as Stephen said, it's important for us to get involved in our community and get involved in politics at large. And yeah, it doesn't stop at the ballot box. It doesn't just mean casting a ballot every 4 years or every 2 years or anything else. It means actually becoming involved in community. And that can be involving yourself in community organizations like this one. OSCO does many things throughout the year, between the events that we put on like this one, or infrastructure work, or any number of different things that helps to bring forward more community involvement. There are indeed many more events that would normally be happening in Old South throughout the summer and throughout the fall. One of my favorites is also Jazz and Blues, which happens down the Wortley Road strip, usually in August. And so that has many of our local jazz and blues musicians coming out to perform. And so the whole street is just closed down, and people just bring lawn chairs or sit on the road, and just enjoy a nice afternoon of music and dancing and all sorts of things like that. There is usually as well Indigenous Peoples Day, which happens on the Wortley Normal School grounds, same place that we would normally be on this weekend. And that celebrates the presence of our Indigenous peoples in this city and in our country, as well as the chili cook-off, which happens usually in February, late February. And that's where local community restaurants, as well as community members, share with the community a pot of chili. And so for a low price, I forget what the tickets cost, but you can get yourself a sample of as many chilies as you want to, a full meal with bread and whatnot donated from the community as well. And then there's a chili cook-off judgment that happens from professional chefs that choose a winner, a best chili, as well as the People's Choice Award. Also is Halloween in the Village, and I'm not sure whether that's going to happen this year. It might actually, because it is happening obviously near Halloween, and by then we should hopefully have quite a few more people vaccinated, and hopefully we'll get to the point where we can actually be in real life together soon enough. And then, yes, during the Christmas season, there is the Christmas tree sales. So down at the Value Mart down the street here, we order a bunch of trees from a local tree farm. And so if you want a real Christmas tree for your festive season, you can certainly grab one from us. And again, all proceeds to that go towards OSCO and our activities here in the village. We also supply bursaries to the South Secondary School, and as well we coordinate things like the little libraries, the tree giveaway, and also OSCO was instrumental in saving the normal school as it exists. If you've never seen it, it is a beautiful building. It kind of looks like this tiny little picture right here, but it's got that beautiful architecture. I can actually see it out my window, and on the spring equinox, the sun sets right in the middle of the bell tower, and it's just an incredible sight to behold. So it's like, spring is here. The sun is setting within like Springhenge or something like that. But yeah, that's one of the landmarks, and OSCO was instrumental in saving this building because it used to be a school. It used to be basically a teacher's college back in the olden days, and then it became a facility of the Catholic School Board, and then it laid empty for quite a few years. And there was some thought that it might be demolished or turned into condos or something like that. But OSCO knew the value of this building and wanted to see it saved and preserved in the form that it was. And so the provincial government underwent some renovations, fixed up the interior, brought it up to modern standards, and made it such that it was a facility that could be used for new purposes. And so thankfully we were also able to find the YMCA as a tenant for this building. And so the YMCA now has a lot of their administrative offices there, as well as some language learning classes and some other functions that they do as part of their organization. And the other really great thing is that they have a hall in the YMCA facility that you can host functions in. And our last few annual general meetings, before COVID that is, have taken place in that hall, and it's a beautiful space. So hopefully once COVID is over, once we've got this pandemic under control, then we can go back to that, and hopefully we can hold some also new and interesting events in that space. There are also other things happening in the city, or things that would normally be happening in the city over the summer. There are many other festivals that would normally occur in Victoria Park. I believe some of them have moved online, Sunfest, and I'm not sure what Home County's up to at the moment, but I should check on that, come to think of it. And hopefully there will be more cultural events coming as we start to lift from this COVID malaise. As always, it is a good opportunity to get outside in the summer. There's all sorts of opportunities for bicycling. And as I mentioned before, the Big Bike Giveaway has coordinated a village ride. And so if you want to go on a bike ride, you can head down to the green right now and take your bike and go for a little spin. And of course, just go walking around the neighborhood. I love to just take random walks. Every night I'll leave the house and I'll just decide randomly by flipping a coin or whatever and just go, oh, I think I'll go this way and then I'll go that way. And it's fun just to see new neighborhoods, walk down different streets, meet new people. I always love to stop and say hi to the local cats that come and greet me, and all things like that. And sometimes you'll find conversations with people that you've never met before, but you're suddenly friends, or you're at least friends for a moment. So that's what's really great about Old South. That's something that I love about Old South. And so hopefully you find something that you love about Old South as well. So we've had performances so far from a number of acts. Paul Stock started off the day, and then Enchanté, Frank Risdale, whom you just heard prior to this, and Brent Jones. Sam Hornby is coming up next. He is one of our board members, and you've heard him in a couple of the videos so far. And so he's got some musical stylings for you, as well as you've heard before the aforementioned. And closing off the day in the late day will be Obese. Now, I'll just take a quick moment here to draw your attention to the silent auction, which is still happening on our website. I'll show you what that looks like. So on our website, the homepage, there is a button here for the silent auction. Go ahead and give a click on that, because that will bring up a whole bunch of different items here that are for sale. And there are some really cool things here for a really great price, and some of them indeed have no bids placed even to this hour. So if you want to pick up something for much lower than its going price, I would encourage you to have a look-see right now, and maybe you can pick up a really great deal. So there's lots of things here, and all of these items were donated by the people that make them. And so all the proceeds that your bids are giving, all those proceeds go to OSCO, and it funds OSCO's efforts to better this community, to improve life in Old South. So thank you very much for your bids, and once the bidding is closed in 2 hours, I'll be announcing the winners right here. I think there might be too many to be interesting, so I'll make that decision later. Anyway, so without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our next act. His name is Sam Hornby, and he is one of our board of directors. He will be playing a few songs for you, so I hope you enjoy.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Eric. Thank you all for coming. Please have a seat, get close. There's lots of room in the front. Welcome to my backyard here in Old South, not quite in Wortley Village, but Old South, London, Ontario, Canada, on the south bank at the South Fork of the Thames River. My name's Sam. It's an absolute pleasure to be here for you today. I'm going to play some fingerstyle guitar for you. What is fingerstyle guitar? Well, when I asked Canadian guitarist Don Alder, he said, well, Sam, it's the new classical. That sounds good enough for me. So without further ado, I'll start off with a piece by British guitarist Lawrence Juba, who's a great session guitarist and then was picked up and in the final iteration of Wings before going on to do his own solo career. So this is by Lawrence Juba. It's called Pass the Buck.
we're off. That was Pass the Buck by Lawrence Juba. For guitarists out there, I was tuned to Dadgad, D-A-D-G-A-D. I guess the undisputed master of Dadgad tuning is Mr. Pierre Bensusan, French Algerian guitarist. I had the pleasure of spending an afternoon with Pierre in Guelph a few years ago, and he accused me of playing obvious guitar music, things that just sit comfortably under your fingers, and just the way the guitar is tuned, just kind of come out of it naturally, as opposed to composing a piece of music and making that work, however uncomfortable that may be on the fretboard. It really resonated. I really found that interesting. I realized a lot of the pieces I really enjoyed listening to and playing were not obvious guitar pieces. So I came away from that day and decided I would learn this piece by Pierre Bensusan. And I think it took me 18 months because it just didn't feel natural. It didn't feel comfortable under the hands, but that's what he had heard as the composer, and that's what he'd written and was expected to play. So this is Wu Wei by Pierre Bensusan. So here we are, backyard, Old South. You know, I was going to do this inside like a NPR Tiny Desk concert kind of idea. And it was my wife that said, no, gatherings outside, you have to be outside. And I think she was right. You know, we've got the birds, the bees, the frogs croaking. Who knows, maybe we'll even hear the elusive southwestern Ontario leaf blower in its natural habitat. Who knows, hopefully we don't hear that. I'll play a piece for you now called After Paris by a fellow named John Knowles. It's a beautiful piece. It has, I think, just the perfect balance of tension and longing, and it's a real kind of stare at your shoes and zone out kind of piece. I think it's magical. So this is After Paris. Here we go. That was Drop D, D-A-D-G-B-E. I'd like to say a big thank you to OSCO for putting this event on, making it happen. It's a shame we couldn't be on the green, but thank you for their efforts to make sure we at least have something here in the community. Big thank you to Mario Ciselli for putting together this whole live stream event and the entertainment portion specifically. Mario told me he was a big Windham Hill Records fan, and he used to relax after work, just sitting at home, headphones on, listening to Windham Hill Records. So I'd like to play this piece by Alex DeGrassi, who is probably maybe the best known, most successful artist on the Windham Hill Records. This is called Children's Dance. That was Children's Dance by Alex DeGrassi. My little boy can't help but start bouncing around as soon as I play that tune. That's it for me for now. I'll be back a bit later on, so thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed some of this fingerstyle guitar music. Go and enjoy the other musicians. If you, I would encourage you to plug in or put headphones on if you have good speakers. Really get the best listening experience you can from these wonderful local musicians. Go check out the vendors. All local vendors selling all kinds of crafts and art and photography and knitting and food and just a wonderful range of local artisans. So make sure you check them out, and I'll see you later.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you very much, Sam, for that. Beautiful fingerstyle guitar. I've always been a fan of the fingerstyle guitar. First I heard Don Ross many a year ago at a concert at Saunders Secondary School, and I was hooked ever since. And so it's incredible to have Sam here on our board, part of our community organization, part of our governing body, and also an excellent musician, apparently. This is something I'm just learning now. So, wow, I'm blown away. So yes, if you're just joining us, you're watching the annual Gathering on the Green, our first ever virtual edition of it, 2021, as a result of the COVID. It would otherwise be our 39th Gathering on the Green if we were actually on the green, so I'm going to call this the 38.5th Gathering on the Green. So there are still, though, some of the things that are happening, usually happen during Gathering on the Green. They're still happening. You are indeed hearing all of the musical acts, which is pretty cool. But also we have on our website the silent auction, which is ongoing, and it will be closing in the next hour. So if you have any interest in shopping around for some of the, there's some gift certificates, some crafts, some artistic pieces, things like that you might be interested in. A lot of those things, some of them don't have bids on them yet. So if you want to pick something up pretty cheap, you can feel free to do so. Some of them have bids, but they're still fairly inexpensive, so you can get something at much lower cost than its value. So bid early, bid often, and keep that going. There is also, as Sam mentioned, the vendors that are on our website. If you head to our homepage, oscolondon.ca, you'll be able to shop around the various vendors that would normally be on the green, but instead they're selling their wares online, as is many other stuff happening. So the OSCO Board of Directors would like to thank you for attending this virtual Gathering on the Green and for all your contributions to community over the years. If you're interested in learning more about OSCO, definitely have a look at our website and you can see some of the things we do there. And if you're interested in becoming an OSCO member, and you should be, you can get your membership at the low cost of $10 per year. And if you want a lifetime membership, it's $100, and that means that you'll never have to pay for a membership again. So definitely have a look at that, and we have our newsletter also on the website, and so that can get you informed as to what's going on and keep you on the pulse of our community, which can be a little difficult given that we can't really meet each other in real life in so-called meet space for the time being. So this online newsletter will allow you to know what exactly is happening. So if there is an event or if there is some sort of an effort underway, you can be informed of it that way. And also it's just a way of keeping in touch. And if you want to get in touch with us, you can always send us an email as well through our website. So we would like to hear from you. So check out our social media, check out our website, email us, that sort of thing. And if you want to contribute to OSCO and our direction, you can always attend our, again, virtual meetings every month. They're on the second Tuesday of every month at 7 p.m. and they are online, and you can find information about that on the website. Also, if you'd like to join our board, we are looking for new members, and so if you are interested in helping to guide this organization, helping to coordinate next year's Gathering on the Green, or even if you just want to volunteer for something or other without the commitment of being a member of the board, you can certainly do that anytime. So we've had a lot of things happen here today. We've had many musicians that you've heard, of which you just heard Sam. We've also heard from Paul Stock, Enchanté, Frank Risdale, Brent Jones, the aforementioned, and coming up will be a few more sets from a few of them, as well as Obiste to clear off the day. So we've been hearing some stories as well from people about what they love about this neighborhood, and a lot of folks have been mentioning just the general sense of community, the sense that you are home when you are here. And I love just walking down the street and just meeting people at random. I often go for nighttime walks, and so I'll be just walking down Wortley. And what's different about Wortley that isn't the same in other neighborhoods sometimes is that people say hi to one another. We meet eyes and then we say hello, maybe pet a dog or something, and just make new friends, make new acquaintances. Just casual social contact that is often so missing in a day and age like this. Another one of the things I've seen mentioned, and something that I share, is also like just the beautiful gardens that people have. People's houses, their front yards, they're often just full of flowers, and everything is nicely made up. And there's been a trend lately of like colored lights in front of people's houses. And as you can tell, I really like colored lights. Like all the lights in my office here are color changeable, and you might have noticed some color changes throughout the day. And so some of the decorating that's taken place for Christmas just kind of lasted through the winter, and now there's even more interesting stuff here in the summer. Sam, though, mentioned something that I'm not a huge fan of in Wortley and in general in the city, and that's noise, leaf blowers. Sam was worried about hearing the rare North American leaf blower, but they're not exactly rare. And unfortunately, noise is becoming more and more of an issue lately, and especially in the area where I am in Old South, where there are many days where there's not a moment that goes by that you can't hear a leaf blower somewhere in the distance. And unfortunately, this is just the way things are, unfortunately. But there are many other communities out there that are working towards dealing with this noise issue, because noise is a health issue. It's much like any other environmental pollution. It causes increased stress, it makes it difficult to think clearly, it makes it difficult to sleep. And so we need to be very conscious of this. We need to be aware that noise is an issue in our world and take steps towards fixing that noise. And not only is it like a personal noise issue, a personal pollution issue, but it's also like literally an environmental issue. The exhaust of gas-powered leaf blowers is pretty toxic. Basically, most leaf blowers are shooting out a bunch of unburnt gasoline fumes, and that's not good for our local environment. Both plants and animals and humans are affected by this, as well as the other aspects of overly clean environments. Unfortunately, the ecology of the world is changing, and changing rather rapidly. There's been some evidence that locally and globally, there has been a catastrophic decline of insect populations. And unfortunately, that means that many other things will follow. Insects are at the bottom of the food chain for many of the other animals and organisms that exist. And so without insects, we're going to be in trouble. Many of the pollinating creatures like wasps and bees and flies won't be able to pollinate our food crops. So apples and oranges and cherries and things won't be able to reproduce. And similarly, there are other things that need to feed on insects in order to survive, bats and birds and whatnot else. And one of the main ways that we can help that is by having gardens, having native plant gardens. So this involves having native species like goldenrod or Dame's rockets or any of those other beautiful flowers that we call weeds sometimes in your homes, in your gardens, such that these pollinators can feed and continue to survive and thrive, and so that our local ecology can continue to improve. Another thing is trees. We need to plant more and more trees so that we can recover some of the tree cover that we've lost over the years due to farming and due to urban development. And so Reforest London is working towards this end. They're doing a free tree giveaway. I'm not sure if they're still on the green now, but they were earlier at least. And so they're giving away free trees in order, as part of this Million Tree Challenge. They're seeking to plant 1 million trees in the city to recover what's lost. And so if you can take a tree, if you would like to take a tree, put it in your home, in your garden, on your front lawn, back lawn, wherever else, or if you can get permission from your landlord, you can plant a tree basically anywhere. And that will help to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, improve the shade in your area, making it cooler in the summer. I'm currently surrounded in trees. Like all I can see is green when I look out the windows, which is really quite nice. It just makes me feel happy. So maybe you might be able to get that happiness too. So we've already had quite a few musical acts so far today, and we've heard a lot of what's going on in the neighborhood. I would now like to show you a second set here by Brent Jones, one of my favorite local artists who has kindly played a couple of sets for us, and so we'll enjoy that now.
On the upside down, I can see the morning. It turned a smile from frown. I feel forever foaming. If you don't know about it, then you're cruising for a cure. If you're on board, but you don't like it anymore, it's time to wash your dirty pure. Well, on the upside down, I can climb the mountain. Where the river spouts a fountain, you're dirty pure. You're dirty pure. Upside down, I can see the morning. Nature's lost and found. It gave me pause and warning. If you don't know about it, your conviction is unsure. If you're on board, but you don't like it anymore, it's time to wash your dirty pure. Oh yeah, wash it pure. On the upside down, well, on the upside down, well, on the upside down, upside down, on the upside down. It's all upside down, it's all upside down, it's all upside down. Everything is upside down, upside down. It's upside down. Everything is upside down. We got to turn it around.
Persist but don't struggle. The pieces are pieces tied to the bearing, a find in the feces, flaring the bubble. Don't own it alone. Mind in the making, trouble in trouble, sides for the taking, deals in the double, binds for the breaking. Don't phone in your throne. And we'll ride the rise together. Oh, it's seafaring weather. Yes, we'll ride the rise together. Call our home, the boat. Assist but don't coddle, the creases increases. Dive to the daring, thrive to the thesis, swing to the waddle. Don't hone in your tone. Persist but don't smother, die into creases, blind to the staring life it releases, odd to the other. Don't drone in your zone. And we'll ride the rise together. Oh, it's seafaring weather. Yes, we'll ride the rise together. Call our home, the boat. Well, our lover's been gone such a long, lonely day. While our lover's been gone, another has shown us the way, oh, the way. But we'll ride the rise together. Oh, it's seafaring weather. Yes, we'll ride the rise together. Call our home, the boat. tricks of a dying brain, a softening of the blow. There's rumors of dawn in the great beyond, but heaven will only know. I'm fixing the garden gate, leaving the ground to grow. We'll sooner be gone into Avalon, reveling in the glow. If the search for great ain't our earthly state, then why would any want to be? Not to overlook or underrate the pains of possibility, the tricks of a dying brain, a softening of the blow. There's rumors of dawn in the great beyond, but heaven will only know. The living want to stay, they can't afford the ache, the cost of giving up, well, that's a heartbreak. There's plenty on the page, it's pulling in the take. The limits of the light are for the dark's sake. Fixing the garden gate, leaving the ground to grow. There's rumors of dawn in the great beyond, but heaven will only know. There's rumors of dawn in the great beyond, but heaven will only know. When the lights go out, we'll immortalize. The shadows of doubt come alive. Throw your arms about, set the herd to hide. And God as my witness, I'll oblige. Sing hallelujah to the stars at night. Well, hallelujah to the light. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah to the light. Hallelujah to the stars at night. Well, hallelujah to the light. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
lights go out.
Brent Jones, everybody. Big hand for all the musical acts that we've heard so far. I can't hear your applause, but I should hope that you are indeed applauding, because really these musicians are pretty excellent. We have some excellent talent here in the city of London and in Old South itself. Sorry, it's becoming a bit of a long day now, and so the old word maker is not really working all that well. So I hope you've been enjoying this show so far. We've been coming to you live here from Old South London for the annual virtual Gathering on the Green. I'm Eric Shepherd, as the name might suggest. And so I've been really enjoying listening what's going on and seeing all the things that's been going on and the chat that's been happening as well. And so this is usually our opportunity to get together as a community and hang out on the lawn of the normal school down the street there and meet new people and share stories and share what's been happening in the winter up until this point. And I hope that we do still get that opportunity. Even though we can't gather as a large group right now, I hope that we're still gathering in some form or another. Obviously, COVID safely. We don't want to be running the risk of passing on the virus, but for those on your street, those in your neighborhood, those of your next door neighbors that you can now that the weather's really nice, go out and have a coffee with or a tea with and just hang out and get to know one another, because you just never know where your friends are going to be. I live in a little complex near Grand Avenue, and my neighbors are now many of my closest friends, because we didn't really know each other before I moved in, and I've been living here for 10 years now, and we've just over the years go from seeing each other in the hallway or in the parking lot or whatever, and then eventually we started hanging out. We got a little table out back here and some chairs and stuff, and so now we're pretty good friends. And so if ever we need a cup of sugar for a cake we're baking or whatever else, we've got that going. And actually in my own building here, we share cats. I have my two cats, Libel and Slander, and across the hall there's a new little kitten. Downstairs there's a couple of cats, and so once in a while we open up our doors and we just let them roam around, and they've all made good friends as well, and so we've all made good friends, and it's really nice to just to have ambient people in your environment that you can be friends with. And so on your streets, in your neighborhood, in the local area, I encourage you to meet one another. Just like strike up a conversation, politely, of course, be respectful of people's time and space, but strike up conversations, get to know one another, offer your help, your assistance in one way or another, and together we become a stronger community by sharing our resources, by cooperating, by seeing each other as our own allies. We can become better people together. But it's important also to recognize that there are people in our community that are different from ourselves. There are people that we might not see as being the same. We do have, as Stephen Turner mentioned, a homelessness crisis in the city. And it's gotten even worse since COVID, given that many people have lost their jobs, they've lost their homes, they've lost their capacity to actually be as part of mainstream society. But they're still our neighbors. They're still people that live in our community, and they deserve our respect, they deserve our attention, and they deserve our help. These are folks just like you and I that themselves deserve the same quality of life than anybody else. People who are homeless, it's not their fault. It's not their own bad decision-making that led them that way. This is a structural issue. And as such, we as people of this community need to take responsibility for this, help in whatever way we can. Even if we personally can't have the resources to do much ourselves, we can at least advocate with our local government and our provincial and our federal government to provide assistance for folks that need it, and as well make structural changes to our society so that homelessness is not a problem anymore. It is possible to solve homelessness, to erase it as a problem entirely, but it requires political will, and that requires your will. That requires you to want it to be the case. So I would encourage you to change your perspective. See the folks in your community that don't have homes in your community as members of your community, as your neighbors, and do what you can to help. Old South is a beautiful neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that has much history to it, much heritage, lots of ancient buildings that have beautiful architecture, beautiful gardens, lots of decorative elements to the Old South neighborhood, and also a rich culture and a rich history. We've had people living in this area for 150 years or so, as Western people, of course. The Indigenous people have been living here for much longer than that. And so the Old South Community Organization is now entering its, I think, 40th year now, and the Gathering on the Green, of which this is the virtual edition of, would be in its 39th year. And so we have here a collection of pictures from past gatherings and past activities in the Old South area. And so you can find a lot of these pictures on our website, oscolondon.ca. But here, please enjoy a short slideshow with some music of some pictures from our past.
Down the hill and out the back, past the rusty railway track, there's a place where I used to hide. The smell of autumn leaves, hair ruffled by the breeze, the feeling you and I would soon collide. I need you. Whoa, whoa. I need you. I need you. Whoa, whoa. I need you. Stage a starlit sky where we met, you and I. All the wonders that you bring to the end of time, where oceans and sky rhyme. You make beautiful things. I need you. Whoa, whoa. I need I need you. Whoa, whoa. I need you. This is the healing. Wipe the tears from all your bitter years. This is the healing. Wipe the tears from all your bitter years. This is the healing.
Some amazing scenes from our past, and something to look forward to in the future, being able to gather in groups again, being able to be within close proximity, breathe on people once again with relative safety. We're getting there. We're almost rounded the corner on the COVID pandemic. We are moving towards the post-pandemic age, and I'm, for one, very much looking forward to it. Looking forward to a day when we can build a new world, and hopefully we can build a world that is better than the one that came before it. One where we embrace community as a more in-depth, more well-integrated society and work towards a better world for all. So there's lots and lots of different things that are happening today, and hopefully you've had the chance to check those out. As I mentioned to our website, there is a couple of things that you can look at there, one being our vendor map. And so the vendor map has what would normally be on the green if we were in real life. The various vendors, the craft artisans and whatnot that would normally have a tent and a table there, they have put their stuff online. So we have somewhere in the range of 30 vendors and other exhibitors who are selling their wares online. And so you can have a look at that just right on our website, oscolondon.ca. There's a link to the vendor map there. And you'll be able to purchase their goods and explore what they have to offer from that page. Also, we have our silent auction, which is still ongoing. There is still time to bid on stuff, so I would encourage you to go and explore and see what there is on there. There are quite a few items that still have fairly low bids on them, and as such, you can probably pick up something for a fairly inexpensive amount. You can get a gift certificate for lower than its face value, for example, and be able to use that at a local business and support local community. And the cool thing about that is that all of the people that are exhibitors, as well as people who have donated this, they've donated it for free to OSCO in order that you can buy it, and then the proceeds can go to OSCO, who can then help to build community here in Old South. The Old South Community Organization has been going for quite a number of years now, and it is our role to enrich the Old South community in so many different ways, from holding events like these to helping to beautify the neighborhood through plants and trees and benches and various other street art and whatnot else, and just supporting other local community organizations. There's a group of churches in the area that do a community breakfast, and so we supply funds for that, as well as we supply seed funds for various other festivals like Jazz and Blues in the Village, or Halloween in the Village, Christmas in the Village, all those other sorts of events. And we just try to be the center of this community. We try to be the people's voice in this community so that we can communicate our concerns, communicate the will of the people to city council, to the mayor, to our provincial or federal governments, so that we can advocate for the people of Old South, so that you can make life better for us here in Old South and the London community in general. So we have a few more acts to come. We're coming towards the end of our time together. We have about an hour left. And so I'd like to just thank, first of all, the musicians that we've already heard today. So starting off the day was Paul Stock, our beloved perennial children's performer. He also does some adult stuff as well, so you may want to check that out. Just look for Paul Stock on the internet. He's also a good friend of mine. We really enjoy each other's company. Also, we heard from Enchanté, and they're an excellent kind of jazzy influenced group. Frank Risdale played a couple of sets, as well as Brent Jones, whom you just heard. I really love the sound of those Rhodes keyboard and his vocal stylings there. You heard from Sam Hornby, and you'll be hearing from him again with the fingerstyle guitar, and man, that is a pleasant surprise to come from Sam. Also, the aforementioned, you've heard from them, and as well, O-Beast will be rounding out the day at the end. And so all of these performers are volunteering their time. They are being paid for it, of course, and so it's important to pay your musicians, for those of you who are trying to hire artists for your functions. So definitely support your local musicians, your local artists, because this COVID time has been very difficult for many of them. Not being able to play live shows means that much of one's income, oh, there's a cat, has been cut off. It's time for the pet show. He got away. I apologize. We'll have the pet show later. Anyway, that was my cat Libel. He's a rather interesting character, and you'll meet him later. But anyway, yes, musicians, they need your support. So if you're looking to have like a backyard function or something like that, consider purchasing the services of a local musician to play for you, for your weddings, for your various other functions, birthday parties, whatever else. And also, once live music becomes a thing again, enjoy it. Go enjoy it and appreciate the fact that we do have local musicians in the area. And also non-musical artists as well, between sculptors and painters and all those other sorts of things. They work their trades, some in obscurity, unfortunately. And so anything that you can do to support local artists keeps funds in our community, helps to encourage and enrich the local economy. Rather than going to Walmart or whatever else to buy your art, to buy your things, see what you can do about supporting a local business, because local businesses need your help. With this globalized age of Amazon and Walmart and these large conglomerates, local business is struggling quite a bit. And so anything that you can do to contribute to those local businesses is greatly appreciated, because these people work in our communities. They spend money in our communities. And the more that you can contribute to them, the more they can contribute to the rest of us. So yes, we've got a few more musical acts to come, and so what is coming up next? Let me look at my schedule here. Oh, there's Libel. This is my cat, Libel. Oh, let me turn off the... Yeah. This is Libel. He is my cat. He's 3 years old, and so he came to me from a local rescue, and... Ooh, he's been a great friend, and Slander is over there. Maybe he'll be the next contestant on the pet show. Normally we do have a pet show near the end of the day where people can come and show their pets off in different categories, and judges from A Village Tale, one of our local businesses, a pet store, is the judge of this contest. And so we miss that, of course. We miss the fact that we can do these things in public and have people's pet dogs and whatnot else to come and be seen. So next coming up is another set from Enchanté. So you'll be hearing from them again. And so I hope you enjoy Enchanté.
Here we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3.
Wake up late, I can't get out of bed. I'm going round and round, circles in my head. I feel the empty space beside me like a stone. Spend all morning staring at the go downtown to have some fun. Somebody's telling jokes, I laugh at everyone. I see a pair of eyes, my mouth turns into glue. Just for a moment I thought it was you. It's just the way it is. It's nobody's fault. That's just the way it is. I never asked you to change your mind. There's a hole where my heart wants to call your name. Nothing ever stays the same. That's just the way it is. I call you up to say hello. I find it hard to breathe. I try to take it slow. You tell me everything is working out just fine. I hang up smiling just to keep from crying. That's just the way it is. It's nobody's fault. That's just the way it is. I never asked you to change your mind. There's a hole where my heart wants to call your name. just the way it is. It's just the way it is. It feels like forever. It's just the way it is. I can't change the night for the light of day, but I know that'll change. It's the name of the game. Nothing ever stays the same. It's just the way it is.
Merci beaucoup. That song was composed by my dear friend, Jake Levesque, London's one and only Jake Levesque, a fabulous composer, songwriter, and musician, and we are so thrilled and blessed to be able to play his music for you today.
We miss you, Jake.
Oh, yeah. Alors, this song I co-wrote with another wonderful London composer, Steve Hardy. It's called A Vélo, and a vélo is a bicycle. And the whole song is about spending the day riding your bike. And I dedicate this song to my mom, Germaine Sigouin, because she learned how to ride a bike when she was 70, yes, 70 years old. A vélo.
Two bars. 1, 2, 1, and 2.
Beau matin, ensoleillé, je suis reposée, c'est le temps maintenant d'en profiter. À quoi sert le boulot? J'ai envie de m'enfuir à vélo. La 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 la. Destination inconnue, pleine d'entrain, je me laisse emporter sans but, sans dessin, je laisse en arrière tous mes fardeaux, le cœur ouvert, je m'enfuis à vélo. La 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 la. Je me fous des conséquences qui va manquer ma présence au bureau. La vie est beaucoup trop courte. Aujourd'hui, je prends la route qui m'emporte. À quoi sert chance et la santé? Pédaler, c'est mieux que de s'amenter quand on se réveille. Plein de petits mots. Ah, il fait bon de s'enfuir à vélo. La 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 la.
thank you. À vélo. Now, let's go back to la Louisiane. Retournons en Louisiane avec une petite chanson. Pour aller, mais oh my oh. J'ai pour aller, moi tout seul dans le bayou. L'Yvonne est la plus fun dans le bayou. Bonté divine, on va avoir un bon temps dans le bayou. Jambalaya, crawfish pie, filet gumbo. Oh, ce soir, moi je vais aller voir mes chers amis. Oh, jouer guitare, veiller tard et chanter aïe-oh. Bonté divine, on va avoir un bon temps dans le bayou. Les fous, il y a de la musique. Oh les seigneurs, on va avoir un bon temps quand on est ici. Jambalaya, crawfish pie, filet gumbo. Oh, ce soir, moi je vais aller voir mes chers amis. Oh, guitare, jouer, guitare et chanter aïe-oh. Bonté divine, on va avoir un bon temps dans le bayou. On s'en aille, mi oh my oh. On va y aller, toute la gang dans le bayou. Tout le monde joue, on fait les fous, il y a de la musique. Bonté divine, on va avoir un bon temps quand on est ici. Jambalaya, crawfish pie, filet gumbo. Oh, ce soir, moi je vais aller voir mes chers amis. Oh, merci beaucoup. Hey, que c'était le fun ça. Oh là là. We're having such a good time today. Thank you so much to Gathering on the Green for hosting this beautiful event, and Mario Cercelli for inviting us to the Digital Creative Arts Studio, to Jay Panaseco and Alex Macy on the drums, on technical side of things. Alors, merci beaucoup. And I will introduce you to the musicians. Dave Nuttall, flugelhorn and whistle. Don DiCarlo au piano. Rob Larose à la percussion. Rob Weatherstone à la basse. Je m'appelle Lorraine Sigouin et nous sommes enchantés. Et on a une dernière chanson pour vous. On va prendre un autre petit tour en Louisiane avec Zachary Richard.
Enchanté, everybody. What an excellent performance. And an excellent production all around. We're very lucky to have in the local area the Boys and Girls Club, who has this new performance space that is also a recording studio. And so for local musicians, local acts like this, we can produce really great performance quality out of this and produce videos like the one that you're seeing. So a special thanks to the Boys and Girls Club, as well as the people that helped out with this, as well as particularly Mario Ciselli, who is the one that handled all the artistic direction for today. He's the one that brought together all the different musicians and coordinated their recordings and helped to produce stuff. So a special thank you to Mario, and also to him for handling all the social media stuff, which is something that I don't super enjoy doing. So thank you very much, Mario, for taking care of that. And also to everybody else who helped make Gathering this year happen, from Margaret, who coordinated the whole thing and brought us together with Growing Chefs and all the other organizations involved, as well as Sam, who's helped out with the vendors, helped to coordinate all that stuff, and Amanda, who's coordinating the silent auction, as well as me. I'm doing all this production stuff here, as well as Nicole, who has been doing all of the interviews and things. We've already heard a few interviews from Stephen Turner and from Margaret and some others, but we don't have time to show all of them here today. But what we will be doing is uploading all those interviews to our YouTube channel. So I'll be uploading those after we're done here, and so you can peruse those at your leisure. They will be available on our website. I'll create a link for that as soon as I've got them up there, as well as I'll be posting them on the Facebook and all that other stuff. So I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. We've got just a few more acts to go. We're coming up on our final half hour here. So we've already heard from quite a few excellent musicians, including Enchanté, who you just heard. Paul Stock started off the day, and also Frank Risdale, Brent Jones, and the aforementioned. Coming up at the end of the day, I'm nearly at the end of the day myself, will be Beast. But right now we have a bit more from Sam Hornby, our very own Sam Hornby, a member of the OSCO Board of Directors. So please enjoy his fingerstyle guitar.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Sam. I got a cup of good Yorkshire tea here. You're not the only one, Adele. And I'm going to continue play a few more fingerstyle tunes for you here on the south bank of the River Thames River, here in London, Ontario, southwestern Ontario. First piece I'll play for you is by a Chet certified guitarist, Chet being Chet Atkins, who really him and Mil Travis really got this kind of music, this finger picking kind of music up and running. And Tommy Emmanuel is a big Australian guitarist with giant hands, and I'll start off with one of his tunes called Halfway Home. There we go, Halfway Home by Tommy Emmanuel. It's a lot of energy. I'd like to play for you a piece by a fellow named Peppino D'Agostino, an Italian guitarist, self-taught guitarist. Heard his cousin playing guitar and figured I can do that, and he sure can. He's a brilliant guitarist. This piece is a little different from what I usually play. I'm not going to lie, it's challenging. I'm a bit scared of it, so I actually think this is the first time I've played it in public. So this is called Mediterranean Dance. Wish me luck. I'll see you on the other side. We made it. We got the Mediterranean Dance. Peppino D'Agostino. My middle name is James, in case you're wondering. I have a ticket to go see James Taylor at Budweiser Gardens there, like a 5 minutes walk from my house. I've had the ticket for a year, maybe 18 months. I've lost track, but obviously COVID times, he's not been able to come. But do have a ticket, and when he is able to come, we'll be there to hear brilliant singer-songwriter and a wonderful guitarist. Pat Metheny wrote this tune for him called James. we go. Beautiful tune. Pat Metheny, James for James Taylor. Thanks so much for coming and listening. I hope you've enjoyed hearing some guitar music, some fingerstyle music. I hope maybe you've heard something new, or you've heard a style or a technique that you enjoy. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions or if you want to chat about guitar. I'm always there to geek out. I'll finish off with another British guitarist that's become a bit of a party tune for me. I met this fella Steve Howe from Yes a long time ago at a guitar convention. Very unassuming, just minding his own business, just waiting to go on and perform. And I managed to get him to sign a copy of this piece of music. I also went to see the Yes on the 35th anniversary with my dad. A very bizarre experience. There's a whole bunch of older, balding men and some young kids that had been dragged along by the dads like myself, and then there was an entire group of heavy metal headbangers down in the front that were hearing something completely different from what I was hearing. But it was a wonderful experience, and I think my first big full arena concert. So that was Yes. So thanks again for listening. Take care, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your day. And this is Clap by Steve Howe.
Sam Hornby, everybody. Wow, what an amazing piece of work that was. So thanks very much for Sam for contributing your talents. I was just conversing with Sam, and apparently he hasn't really performed all that much, but amazing that that he has that kind of talent. And I really hope we hear more of him in the days to come. So thanks to him, and thanks to all the other musicians who've spent their time with us today. And thank you very much for watching today. We have just one more artist to share, and then the end of the day comes. But the festivities don't really end at the end of the day. We still have our silent auction ongoing. I believe it's still open for the next hour or two. So if you are interested in any of those things, at least go peruse it. Go have a look at the different things that are on offer there. Let's just have a quick look-see here. So there are some things... Oh, I need to refresh the page there. There are quite a few things on here which might be of interest for you. Gift certificates to the Wortley Roadhouse, some various musical prints, some ice cream, various little pieces of art and whatnot. And, you know, there's all sorts of things on here that you might be interested in. So at the very least, have a look-see. There might still be something that you might find of interest that... that hasn't been bid on yet, and you might find that you can get a good deal on something from a local London business. And of course, there is also the vendors who are listed on our website, so oscolondon.ca, and you can find the vendor map on there as well. And of course, those vendors will be happy to hear from you any day of the week, even if it's not Gathering on the Green Day. And you know, hopefully we'll be able to do this on the green next year and have more folks out with their wares, and we can gather in person. So before we get to our final act of the day, O Beast, I'd like to just do some thank yous, because there's been a lot of folks that have made this possible. I mean, here I am up here just talking at you, but without the help of all these other folks, I would not be able to do this, and none of this stuff would have come together. So thanks, of course, to the OSCO Board of Directors and OSCO in general for sponsoring this event, because OSCO is the group that makes and has made Gathering possible. The organizing committee of Gathering on the Green is a subset of OSCO, so that includes Sam, whom you just met, myself, who you're talking to right now, Margaret, who is also the board chair of OSCO, Mario, who's handled a lot of the production side of stuff, has got the artistic direction and brought all the artists together and recorded them, and Amanda, who has been handling the silent auction and interacting with her various craft artisans that way. And I'd also like to thank the YMCA in Wortley, who is the current tenant of the Wortley Normal School, which is where we normally gather. And so their support has been instrumental in helping us have space to do these things and support us in various other ways as well. I'd also like to thank Growing Chefs Ontario, who has partnered with us to supply the Tea for Two takeaway, including a box of a bunch of delicious baked goods and quiches and spreads and breads and things like that. So thank you very much for that, and the tea bread was quite delicious, I must say. Also to the various vendors. Thank you to all the vendors who participated in this. Although we weren't able to have you in the park, you were still a vital part of this event. And also the vendors contributed their goods, their wares, in order to make the silent auction possible. They've donated these goods so that all proceeds from that silent auction go to OSCO, who can help to build more community here in the Old South neighborhood. I'd also like to thank the musicians who also spent their time with us, as well as to Jay from Studio 73, who helped build our beautiful new website and has helped us with some marketing stuff and a logo design and stuff like that. Also to Learner's Law Firm, who contributed monetarily to this, as well as Project 529 and the London Police Service, who is helping with the bicycle theft protection aspect, and of course to Monica and Shane Hodgkin, who coordinate the Big Bike Giveaway. So these are folks that help to get bikes that are donated into the hands of the people who need them. So if you're after a bike and can't afford it, or if you have a bike that you can afford to get rid of and don't need, please contact them. And I may be forgetting some other folks, but if I have, I apologize, but thank you nonetheless for your contributions to make this event possible. So yes, it's been a great day. We've had a lot of musical acts happen so far. It's Paul Stock, Enchanté, Frank Risdale, Brent Jones, Sam Hornby, the aforementioned, and coming up next is also one of the first people we heard, who performs under the name O Beast, who did our land acknowledgement at the beginning of the day, and he also will be performing for you, who will be the final performance of the day. And so I hope that you Enjoy.
Yo, this is Obies the Fats. Welcome to the Gathering on the Green. Let's get it in.
I'm not gonna use being human as an excuse for when I'm not being perfect. Cause I choose to do the things I do to you, to lose the things I've lost ain't worth it. The pain I caused inflicted on y'all, I'm sorry and you didn't deserve it. The anger, rage, madness, and pain escapes the cage sometimes to the surface. It seems the ones I love the most in this world are the only ones I'm hurting. The fire inside ignites and lights I try to fight and my eyes start burning. Like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, the monster inside of me starts emerging. Like Bruce Banner when he can't handle it into the Hulk, I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. Man, how I wish I could look back, but when I look there isn't no path. How did I get here? I'm so far off track, can't see things clear. My vision's out of whack, can't let the devil break this soldier. Seems the demon just keep taking over. More than enough reasons to be sober, but this addiction's like taming a cobra. Takes one wrong move and it's over. My life I gotta get back control of, but I just can't seem to keep a hold of. This lifestyle is the only one I know of. In my nightmare, I'm the monster, and the awful things I've done will haunt me. Regret all the bridges I lost from burning, so I just think about my kids while tossing, turning. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. I'm turning, I'm turning, I'm turning into a monster. Just trying to turn the page, turn a new leaf over, trying to turn away, turn the other cheek so I can turn and face the truth about myself. It's my turn to pray. Just trying to turn the page, turn a new leaf over, trying to turn away, turn the other cheek so I can turn and face the truth about myself. It's my turn to pray. I was turning, I was turning, I was turning into a monster. I was turning, I was turning, I was turning into a monster. I was turning, I was turning, I was turning into a monster. I was turning, I was turning, I was turning into a monster. Turning into a monster. I was turning into a monster. Turning into a monster. I was turning into a monster.
All right. Yo, Jay, let's get to the next one.
Right. I'm getting tired of feeling this way. Don't wanna cry, so I'm running away. Things in my life always drive me insane. Tell me why do I feel this way? I'm getting tired of feeling this way. Don't wanna cry, so I'm riding away. Things in my life always drive me insane. Yeah. It's been rough since my first breath, the day I was born. They tried to strangle me with my umbilical cord. So since day one, my life's been war. And 15 months later, my little brother was born. And it wasn't long until his spirit was gone. I guess death always gets what he's coming for. If he didn't get mine, he was coming for yours. And once you was gone, mom was sent to the ward. What would you expect after losing a baby? If I ever lost a child, I'd go loopy and crazy. I got love for her coming back, trying to raise me. instead of using it as an excuse to be lazy. These things that happen in my life is what make me. I would never go back in time and change it. R.I.P. little brother, I'ma be what I have to be. Riding through life, using pain as my gasoline.
Why do I feel this way? I'm getting tired of feeling this way. Don't wanna cry, so I'm running away. Things in my life always drive me insane. Drive me insane.
Okay, let's get to the next one, brother. Hope everyone's having a good time. Let's keep it going.
In the spaceman, thank you. Please may I handle you. In the spaceman forever. If you never land on me, I'll make sure you never land on me.
Yeah. Eventually the actions we made will kill us all. Cause the temperature keeps rising and doesn't fall. And the governments we voting or dropping bombs. Now they wanna put microchips in our palms. Relinquish our rights and with them give them our arms. They wanna put leash on a leash like a fucking dog. Soon we'll be living in a world where freedom's gone. Modern day slave, just sheep roaming on a farm. They won't ever get their hands on no beast. A rebel on the run, be hunted by the police. Can anyone give me a reason why I can't smoke weed? When they got doctors prescribing narcotics to dope fiends. The things pay the war, the system wants no peace and quiet. They just want riots in your streets. So what happened to the land of the free? Home of the brave got sold to the greedy. Now we're home for the slaves, yeah.
You need to know what's going on. You need to open your mind. You have to realize what they're doing is wrong. Cause what they're doing is the biggest crime. What they're doing is the biggest crime.
Okay, that's a wrap. Thank you for coming to the Gathering of the Green. I appreciate participating in this event. Yango, Magwitch, thank you very much. This is Obese the Feds.
Obese to everybody. Thank you so much to you and to everyone else who's been a musician today. We've heard from a lot of really great artists and artists who would really like to be performing live. I would love to be performing live. I would love to be out in the park, but this virtual Gathering on the Green, I should say, is a great success. I've had a lot of fun here today, and I hope that wherever you are on your own greens, you've been also having a really fun day. So I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in throughout the day and coming and listening and watching and whatnot, and for all your contributions on social media, and for all of you who've participated in the various events, from the Tea for Two takeaway, or the big bike giveaway, village ride, or the tree giveaway, or anything else like that. All of your contributions and all of your participation is part of what makes Old South and Wortley Village and this whole community work. So thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed today, definitely share this on the social media, because videos of this day will be available on both Facebook and on YouTube. You can find the link on YouTube on our website, and also you'll be able to see the various interviews that Nicole did with folks in the Old South community that we didn't have time for. There was quite a lot of them, so I'll be posting those on the YouTube in the coming days and weeks. And so if you want to also get in touch with it, definitely feel free to do that as well. You can get in touch with us through social media, through our website, send us an email, whatever else. And if you want to be part of our organization, OSCO, you can definitely be welcome to do so. We always want to hear from you, and we always want to see new faces on the board of directors. So look for that coming soon. So if you're not already, definitely please consider becoming a member of OSCO, of Old South Community Organization. Membership is only $10 a year or $100 for a lifetime membership. And all those proceeds will go to help OSCO make this community that much better. So let's see what else here. Yes, so yeah, we've really had a fun time here today. If you like me, I'll just do a little shameless self-promotion here. I have my own YouTube channel. It goes by the name that you see on the screen here. And I basically just talk into a camera as I'm doing currently. I talk about like politics and philosophy, social theory, that sort of stuff. So if you want to hear more from me on different topics, I'd be happy to see you there as well. And yeah, I mean, please enjoy the rest of the day. It is a beautiful day out there. I think I'm gonna head out to the woods or something. I might go explore the coves or wander through Thames Park or something like that. And I'll hope to see you there. Hope to see you around the neighborhood. And hopefully next year we'll be able to see each other on the green itself, and we can go back to doing things kind of like we used to, but better. Hopefully better. So thank you very much for joining me, and stay safe, stay healthy, be well through this strange COVID time. And I'll leave you now with some pictures, some scenes from Old South life. So thanks once again for tuning in. Have a great rest of your day.
What is this all about? Is our time running out? Let's keep us going for a little longer. When love's in short supply, it feels like we should try to keep us going for a little longer. Our timing is all wrong. I gotta tell you, I felt it all along. Did she move you to tears? Understand your fears? Can't you read between the lines of your stories? Does the passion make you shy? Does the laughter make you cry? Is it longing or fear that keeps you near her?